Please be seated. You may. Please bring in the jury. Dr. Samuels, please come forward and take the stand. You may. Please be seated. The record will show the presence of the jury, the defendant, and all counsel. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. As always, thank you for your continued patience. Mr. Martinez, you may continue.
Sir, as part of your evaluation of the defendant, one of the things that we talked about yesterday was the clinical interview, correct?
Yes.
And the clinical interview is nothing more than you sitting there and talking to the defendant about a variety of topics that may be appropriate, correct?
Well, a mental status is conducted and a history is conducted.
Is that yes or no?
I can't answer that as a yes or no.
So you don't sit there and talk to the defendant during these clinical interviews?
Yes, we talk, sure.
And there are issues that are discussed during these clinical interviews, correct?
Yes.
And basically what happens is you're sitting across a table taking notes while she addresses whatever issue is relevant at that point, correct?
Yes.
And in this particular case, one of the issues that you addressed was whether or not she had had anal intercourse with Mr. Alexander, correct?
Yes.
And in fact, one of the things that she told you was that he was the only individual ever that she had ever had anal intercourse with, correct?
Early on in our discussions, she did say that.
Well, you're implying that later on in the discussion she told you something different. Isn't it true that that is how it was left? She said, he is the only person that I've ever had anal intercourse with, right?
Yes.
Additionally, one of the things that we've heard was that, and you discussed other aspects of the sexual interaction between her and Mr. Alexander, correct?
Yes.
And in fact, one of the interactions that you discussed with her was the first interaction where they had oral sex, correct?
Yes.
And she also may have indicated to you that she was uncomfortable about that, correct?
Yes.
But isn't it true, sir, that she has had up to that point, an extensive experience in oral sex?
She had told me she experienced it before then, yes.
And in fact, it started when she was, at least she told you, it started when she was at the age of 15, correct?
Objection, relevance.
Overruled.
Yes.
And in fact, she was the one that initiated this oral sex with an individual by the name of Clinton, right?
I don't know if she initiated or not, but she did engage in it with him.
With an individual by the name of Clinton, correct?
Yes.
And so it isn't a situation that she was uncomfortable because it was a first-time kind of thing with Mr. Alexander, was it?
No, that wasn't it at all.
The other thing that you discussed with her was the computer and what was on the computer. Do you remember talking to her about that?
Whose computer?
Mr. Alexander's computer.
Okay, yes.
And one of the things that you indicated to me was that she told you that that computer had many, many pictures of women's breasts.
Yes.
And that's information you received from the defendant, correct?
Yes.
Do you know whether or not you checked? Do you know who somebody by the name of Lonnie Dworkin is?
No.
Do you know whether or not that computer was ever checked out to see whether or not it had any pictures whatsoever of breasts?
Well, I'm sure that it was.
Pardon?
Well, I'm sure that it was, but pictures of breasts are not illegal.
I'm not saying that they're illegal. We're not talking about that. You understand that. We're talking about the fact that she told you that there were many photographs of women's breasts on Mr. Alexander's computer, right?
Yes.
And what if it turned out that there were no pictures of women's breasts on Mr. Alexander's computer? Would that give you pause in your evaluation in this case of the defendant?
I didn't see it as relevant.
You talked about it, but you don't see it. That's not important, right?
No, it's not important.
So it's not important to you that the defendant may have lied to you during the clinical interview?
Objection to the characterization of lying. There's no information that was even a lie or untruthful in any way.
Approach, please. You may continue.
So with regard to this particular computer, assuming that there were no images of women's breasts on it, and you had been told by the defendant that there were, would that give you pause in the evaluation?
There are many possibilities why those images were not on the computer.
I'm not asking you about that. I'm asking you, you're not a computer expert, are you?
No, I'm not.
You have testified to a number of things, but that's one thing that you are not, right?
Absolutely.
And so, when you're trying to tell us why there may or may not be many reasons why an image may be or may not be in a computer, you don't have any reason to know what it may be, right?
I saw that as irrelevant to the case.
I understand that you saw it as irrelevant. I'm not asking you about that. I'm asking you, my question is this. You indicated to me that the defendant told you that there was, on the computer, images of women's breasts. Lots of them, right?
Yes.
If I say to you, what if it turns out that there are no images of women's breasts on the computer? You can see that there's an inconsistency there, right?
Judge, same objection as before.
Right?
Yes, there's an inconsistency.
Right. And if there is an inconsistency with regard to this, and for example, other issues, does that not give you pause while you're conducting an interview, since there are these inconsistencies?
There are certain inconsistencies that are irrelevant to the case.
And so the answer is no. Even though these inconsistencies are there, you're saying, it doesn't matter to me in my evaluation. That's what you're saying, right?
It was not germane to the issue I was investigating.
Right. In other words, you're saying it doesn't matter to you that there were these inconsistencies in this case.
Overruled.
Could you repeat your question?
It doesn't matter to you that there are these inconsistencies in this case as they apply to the defendant.
Those particular inconsistencies did not affect my opinion.
I'm not asking you if they affected your opinion. I'm asking you whether or not inconsistencies such as these would give you pause to at least look at what's going on a little deeper in this case.
Objection, Judge, that is the question, and he has already answered it.
Overruled.
Yes, some inconsistencies that were significant to the case, I did investigate further. Those I did not.
But other issues that you deemed, and it's your call, what you're saying right now is, I can look at something and if I consider it irrelevant, generally speaking, they can lie to me because it's not important.
I did not assume that it was a lie.
No, that's not what I'm asking. My hypothetical to you is, generally speaking, not this case, generally speaking, if an individual lies to you about something that you consider irrelevant, then it's no harm, no foul, right?
It depends upon what the issue was related to.
Well, no,
obviously, if it's important to the case and the aspects of the case that I'm studying, I will certainly investigate further. But the fact that whether or not they were pictures of breasts on the computer...
I'm not asking you about that.
You're not letting me finish.
Then Judge is non-responsive.
You may finish your response. Objection sustained. Finish your response.
Thank you. The presence or absence of breasts on the computer was not of concern to me because there are many possibilities with my limited knowledge of computers that could account for that. And therefore, since pictures of breasts are legal, and it did not come up anywhere else in the case, I did not see the need to pursue it any further.
Are you done with your answer?
I am not completed with my answer.
Sir, my question was something else. Hypothetically speaking, in a situation where there's something that, as you've just told us now, is irrelevant, you've told us that, in a situation where an individual is involved in a clinical interview like this, and there's an irrelevant issue as you've deemed it, and you find out later that that irrelevant issue, this individual lied to you about that, that still doesn't give you pause at all.
I did not consider it lying. There was a discrepancy
Sir,
between what was
Judge,
on a
he's not being
computer.
responsive to my questions. You need,
Listen carefully to the question. Repeat your question.
Could you repeat your question?
sure. Generally speaking, not in this case, if an individual in a case involving something that you say is irrelevant, you've already deemed that it's irrelevant, lies to you about that irrelevant aspect, what you are telling us is that it doesn't matter to you because You've deemed that it's irrelevant.
It's a piece of information, but not to my evaluation, an important piece of information. Obviously, if someone lied to a pertinent and important fact in the evaluation, it would be investigated and it would strike a bell, and I would be far more concerned about it than something which I did not see as being relevant to the issues under study.
So generally speaking, a person, when you're conducting these evaluations, they could lie to you about 10, 15, 20, 30, 50 things that you consider irrelevant. And that's part of the hypothetical that you consider irrelevant. That still would not affect your opinion in the case, correct?
If they were 50,
Overruled.
if they were 50 or 60 points, yes, of course it would raise an alarm to me. But I did not see more than this one.
Sir, you didn't see more than this one in this case?
Well, other than the issues that were under investigation, which were very important.
So other than this issue involving the breast, you didn't see any other inconsistencies in this case? Is that what you just said?
There were inconsistencies in the case.
Yes or no?
I can't answer that with a simple yes or no.
Well, didn't we just discuss the issue of anal intercourse with the defendant, Mr. Alexander?
Yes,
And you told us that she told you that she'd only had anal intercourse with Mr. Alexander, right?
that's right.
What if it turned out that she had anal intercourse with somebody named Bobby Juarez and Daryl Brewer? Would that be important to you?
Yes, it was.
Would that be important then?
Yes.
So if that turned out to be a fact, would that be then something that you would consider important?
Yes.
Let's assume that's the case in this particular circumstance, that those facts that I've just given you are true. Then would that affect your evaluation in this case, and how so?
First of all, the answer is yes, and more information did come out, and she ultimately revealed that she had anal intercourse with 2 other people. But I had written my report by that point.
Judge, well, sir, my question is, you're telling us, oh, I'm throwing up my hands because I've already written my report at that point, right?
No, I didn't say that.
Well, you said you'd already written your report, right?
That's correct. So in
And
my
sir,
report, it reflects
Judge,
what
he's
she
not
told me
responsive.
initially.
Sir, listen carefully to the question. Repeat your question.
You had written your report by the time you learned those facts, right?
Yes,
And sir, one of the things that you also told us was that you wrote an addendum, right?
that's correct.
So nothing stops you from writing an addendum, does it?
No.
And in fact, you did it in this case, right?
Yes.
And if you would have wanted to, and you thought that it was important enough to the case, you could have done it with regard to this issue involving the anal intercourse and the other aspects that came to your attention, right?
Yes, but my addendum referred to the new material that was provided.
I understand that what your addendum referred to, but isn't it a fact that this material that is being brought to you about the anal intercourse, isn't that new material to you?
Yes.
So you just said to me, well, the only reason I did this addendum was because I had new material, right?
I was asked to comment specifically on the new material.
Sir, you just told us that the reason you wrote the addendum was because there was new material, right?
Yes.
This that we're talking about, this issue, you said, well, it came to me later. And you admitted that that was new material, correct?
I was referring to the material that I listed in my addendum as the material that was reviewed for the addendum.
I understand that, sir. I'm not asking you about that particular addendum. I'm asking you about the new material that came after your first addendum.
So what you're saying then is that you're surprised that I didn't mention...
No.
Okay.
My question is this. You're telling us that there's a procedure that you can employ called an addendum when something new comes to light in a case so that you could have a more complete picture of your opinion, right?
Yes.
In this case, something new came out that you considered important, right?
Yes.
And it involved an inconsistency, right?
Yes.
Yet you chose not to write an addendum, right?
I did write an addendum, but I did not include this new information. That is true.
Well, so you did have this new information at the time that you wrote this addendum, and you what, chose to conceal it?
I was writing the addendum specifically on the new written material that was provided to me by the court.
You chose to conceal it or ignore it? What did you do?
I ignored it.
But isn't a person who is conducting a full evaluation on something like this, isn't he duty-bound? Aren't you duty-bound to at least acknowledge it?
I didn't see it as being relevant to my addendum. Obviously, we're dealing with it here in court.
But it was relevant to your original report, wasn't it?
It was relevant, yes.
And so if it's relevant to your original report and not the addendum, you still feel that there is no need to mention it, right?
It was my judgment call not to include it.
And your judgment call, is it because you had formed some sort of relationship with the defendant such that you were kind of, not giving the full picture because you liked her, or what's going on here?
Objection, Your Honor, argumentative. And
Sustained.
improper.
Sustained.
You chose not to do it, right?
Could you repeat that?
You chose not to address these inconsistencies in any written form,
The
correct?
focus of my addendum was...
Judge, he's not responding to my question.
He's trying to respond to his question.
Please state your question.
Isn't
Listen
it-
carefully to the question.
Isn't it true, sir, that you chose not to include these inconsistencies that you've now told us are relevant in any written form?
Yes,
Sir, there are other things that you discussed with the defendant, though, right?
many things.
One of the things that you discussed with the defendant included the issue of the shower and her taking photographs of Mr. Alexander in the shower, right?
Yes,
And according to what she told you, it was actually Mr. Alexander who requested the photographs, right?
yes.
And did you follow up on that by taking a look at an interview between the defendant and Detective Flores where that issue is addressed?
I believe so.
And there is some conversation there about the victim's reluctance to have his picture taken, isn't there?
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay, and may we approach?
You may. Please go back to the jury. We will bring you back shortly.
Please stand for the jury.
The record will show the jury has left the courtroom. We are in recess for 5 minutes. Dr. Samuels, you may step down.
Just before we begin, I'd ask that Dr. Samuels be allowed to make the correction to what the state had said, claimed was true when it wasn't true according to his notes.
Well, you can do that on redirect.
Okay.
Please stand for the jury.
Please be seated. The record will show the presence of the jury, the defendant, and all counsel. Mr. Martinez, you may continue.
Sir, you wrote a report that codified or indicated this issue or talked about this issue involving the shower and the taking of photographs, correct?
Yes.
Take a look at Exhibit 538. Recognize it?
Well, I'd have to see it in the context of my report.
Well,
so-
why don't you get your report out and take a look at it?
Okay. I have to find the page that it's on, it's not numbered.
What's that?
I have to find the page that it was on, it's not numbered. Here it is, okay.
Yes.
I'm sorry?
What page number?
Oh, it's on page 8 of my report. The
And-
third paragraph.
Is that a true and accurate depiction of what you said involving this issue and the shower?
Yes.
If I may have it back? And she did tell you that it was his request to take pictures of him with the water from the shower running at the time, right?
Yes.
Did you get a chance, as part of the review in this case, to see the interview between the defendant and Detective Flores?
Yes.
And there's an inconsistency there, isn't it?
Well, I think she may have been talking about a different date.
But whether it may be a different date, that's your interpretation of it, right?
Well, from what I gather, from my recollection, it was referring to a different episode, because there was not just one taking the photographs in the shower. And I don't recall that. I'd have to see the clip, obviously, to see and get a date of that interview. But if I recall, they were referring to two separate incidents.
That's what you believe, as you sit here today, correct?
That's what I believe, yes.
You and the defendant also discussed what happened in the closet, right?
Yes.
And in fact, one of the things that she told you was that he was coming after her and that he grabbed her sweater or something like that, and she remembered the gun.
May I see that again within the context of my report?
Well, no, let's play it, okay? Let me
Oh,
just-
play it, okay.
Yeah, no way, Coach. Yes.
Did you want to
Billy.
approach? You may. You may continue.
Please take a look at exhibit, or listen to Exhibit 539. If you can't listen or hear it, let me know.
Perhaps she's stuck at the front. No, there's another door. But he's coming after. He grabbed her sweater or something like that, she said. And she remembered the gun. She took the gun and pointed it at him. And then she said, where was the gun? I think it was on a shelf in the closet.
Do you hear that? That is your voice, correct?
Yes.
And that's a conversation that you and I had, correct?
Yes.
And during that conversation, isn't it true that you told me that you discussed with the defendant what happened involving the shooting of Mr. Alexander, correct?
Yes.
And what you told me was that she told you that he grabbed the sweater. Do you hear yourself saying that?
Yes.
And that you also said that it was something like that, and when he grabbed the sweater, she remembered the gun, right?
Something like that. Those are my recollections during that interview.
Well, let's play it again so that we get it clear. This is 539.
Perhaps she's stuck at the front. No, there's another door. But he's coming after. He grabbed her sweater or something like that, she said. And she remembered the gun. She took the gun and pointed it at him. And then she said, where was the gun? I think it was on a shelf in the closet.
Did you hear yourself there?
Yes.
And you did say that he grabbed her sweater, right?
Yes.
And this is according to her because you weren't there, right?
That's my characterization. I'm not sure if she actually said sweater or just grabbed onto her, but it's possible that I said sweater.
Well, you did say that, right?
Yes.
Those are your words,
Those are my
correct?
words.
No one has done anything to your words, right?
No.
And you did say that he grabbed her sweater or something like that, right?
Right,
You're indicating that Mr. Alexander according to the defendant, grabbed her by the clothing, right?
right.
And that they were in the closet when he grabbed her by the clothing, right?
Approximately, yes.
Well, no, that's not what you say. And what you said is he grabbed her sweater or something like that, and she said, and she remembered the gun. So she remembers the gun at the time that he's grabbing her by the sweater or the clothing, right?
That's what I recalled her telling me, yes, but I do have it in my notes here.
I'm not,
May. You may continue.
you said that you have your notes in front of you, right?
Yes,
And it references this, doesn't it?
yes, it does.
And why don't you tell me what your notes say with regard to this grabbing of the sweater? And what is the exhibit that you're looking at, sir?
I'm looking at my notes from 4/21/10.
I know, what's the exhibit number? It's the green tab.
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't realize it was 537.
Right?
Would you like me to read this whole incident?
No, I want you to read the part about involving the sweater.
Well, there's nothing in here that specifically says sweater.
But we had this conversation and you told me about it, right?
Right.
But you did tell me during that conversation that he grabbed her, right?
That's correct.
And he grabbed an article of her clothing, right?
That's right. He did grab at some article of
Right. And at the time that your notes reflect this, at the time that he grabbed this article of clothing is when she remembered the gun, right?
That's right.
And then that's when she got the gun, right?
That's what was told to me, yes.
And that's what you have in your notes, right?
Yes.
There was an issue as to whether or not you were unclear as to whether or not she shot him in the closet or not, right?
That's right.
You were at one point of the opinion that she did shoot him in the closet at one point, right?
I don't recall, what are you, you're not referring to my report, are you?
Sure, take a look at your notes as to whether or not you ever indicate in there that she shot him in the closet once, and maybe you indicate something else somewhere else.
No, I know that they went into the closet, or she went into the closet, grabbed the gun, in an attempt.
Don't read, sir, don't read it to us. I want you to refresh your
Well,
recollection.
I am okay, I see what you're saying.
Silently.
Okay, and she remembered the gun, pointed the gun, doesn't specifically remember the gun being shot, in an attempt.
But I'm not asking you about that. I'm asking you where.
It
Where was she?
around the closet, whether it was
All right.
in or around the closet.
Okay.
That wasn't as important to me.
I understand that it's not as important to you, but what your notes reflect that it was in or around the closet when she fired the gun, right?
Yes.
All right. Sir, one of the other tests that you administered was this Milo test, correct?
The Milan,
Milan. It's MCMI, right?
yes.
And sir, yesterday, one of the things we were talking about was the answers to questions, or the questions in the other test, the PSD test, 15 through whatever the remainder were. Did you bring those with you?
I did,
May I take a look at them, please?
sure. What specifically are you looking for?
The questions to the PSD.
Yes, I have those.
If I may have it. And sir, this is the packet of questions that you sort of put under the, or in front of the defendant, so that she could answer, correct?
Yes.
Well, then why is it, sir, that it was faxed to you on January 22nd of 2010? I mean, don't you just have these sitting around, or what?
Those questions?
Yeah.
It's probably just a fax that I have laying around. I made a copy of something I had in my drawer for purposes of court.
But
That's not necessarily the exact set of questions that I handed her. I have about 10 copies of that.
Well, what I'm talking about, sir, is that, take a look at Exhibit 534.
Which exhibit is that, sir?
I'm going to show it to you once it comes on the monitor, and I'll do it right now. It's not. I do have a document on it. Just let's see if it will work. There we go. This is the PDS that you told us yesterday you administered to the defendant, correct?
Yes.
And the date on there is January 15th of 2010, correct?
Right.
Whereas the date on this one here, 540, is January 22nd of 2010, correct?
No, you're incorrect. That may be the date that's on there, but that's not the same list of questions that I gave her. I have numerous copies in my office, and I simply prepared copies for court and stapled groups together. That's not the same copy that was given to her. The fax date on there is irrelevant.
So what you're saying is what you gave me is not the paperwork that you actually gave her. It's a copy of what you gave her.
It's a copy of what I gave her, yes.
What happened to the one that you actually gave her?
It's somewhere in my drawer. I have 10 copies of questions, and I take them with me when I use it. I get the questions back, I put them back in my drawer so that I can use them again.
So this is something that you keep reusing again over and over?
The questions, yes.
And you don't keep a separate sheet in the file of the person that you conducted the
That
test
would be
on?
unnecessary.
So the answer is, no, you don't.
Could you repeat the particular question that you want me to say yes or no to?
You don't keep the actual questions along with the answers as part of the file.
Not the one that was touched by the client necessarily, no.
Do you keep a copy of the questions along with the answers in the file always?
No.
In other words, what you're telling us, I believe, is that you only keep the answers, you don't keep the questions in the file.
That's correct. It's unnecessary.
And yesterday we looked at my copy, but basically, this is sort of what I showed you yesterday, right?
Yes.
Part 1 that we previously discussed, and Part 2 what we previously discussed, correct?
Yes.
I move for the admission of exhibit number 540.
540 is admitted.
You see question 15 here?
Yes.
If we then go to question 15, it says, how long ago did this traumatic event happen? Do you see that?
Yes.
What's the answer?
Well, why don't we take first a look at item 14
Right.
to see which one she marked off. And
Number
that
4.
That was number 4, a non-sexual assault by a stranger.
Right, and how long ago was it?
That she indicated in
Yes.
here?
Yes.
15, 4. 6 months to 3 years.
And we're again talking about this incident that she described to you when a guy and a girl came in and killed Mr. Alexander, correct? Because that's what she's describing to you previous to this, right?
Yes, I believe so.
And during this traumatic event, she was asked if she was, number 16, physically injured. Right?
Yes.
And her answer was, there's
Yes.
2 of them. Well, no, there's a yes and there's a no. So it's a yes, is
She
that what we're?
checked off under the yes.
Okay. And then 17 was someone else physically injured? She said yes, correct?
Yes.
Number 18, did you think that your life was in danger? And she said yes.
Yes.
And she was in danger from these 2 individuals, correct?
Yes, at that time.
Right. But this is when she filled this out, right?
Yes.
And number 19, did you think that someone else's life was in danger? Of course, she's talking about Mr. Alexander based on what she told you, right?
Yes.
And number 20, she was asked if she felt helpless, and 21, if she felt terrified, right?
Well, I don't, yes, you have that covered, but yes, that's what I would call it.
And she felt helpless and terrified because of these 2 individuals that had come into Mr. Alexander's house, right?
Right, or something that occurred at that time.
Well, no. At this particular time, the story was that, or her statement to you was that a man and a woman had come in and killed Mr. Alexander, right?
Yes.
And that was your realm of knowledge at that point, correct, when you administered this, right?
Yes.
And then for the next part, part 3, it does have a legend, doesn't it?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
It has a legend.
Yes.
0 is not at all or only one time. 1 is once a week or less. 2 is 2 to 4 times a week. And 4 is 5 or more times a week.
Yes.
Correct? So if we go to question 22, it says, having upsetting thoughts or images about the traumatic event that came into your head when you didn't want them to. 22, she said number 3, which is 5 or more times a week, almost always, right?
Yes.
And these images are of these 2 individuals coming in and killing Mr. Alexander, right?
Well, yeah, at that time, yes, that's what I believed.
And 23, she was asked if she had any bad dreams or nightmares about this killing of Mr. Alexander by these 2 people, and she said 0, right?
That's correct.
Which means that not at all or only one time,
Yes.
right? One of the things that you told us was that she was having trouble sleeping. Do you remember that?
I do.
But if she was having trouble sleeping, it wasn't because of this event involving this man and this woman that came in, right?
Objection, speculation.
Sustained.
Based on this, she does say she doesn't have any nightmares about the traumatic event, right?
Correct.
In terms of reliving the event, number 24, she answered 1, which is once a week or less, right?
Yes.
And again, we're talking about the same event at that point involved a man and a woman, right?
Well, we don't know that.
Well, yeah, you do know that because that's what she told you at that
But that's
time,
what she
right?
told me, but I want to make it very, very clear.
Is that what she told you?
Objection, Judge, may he finish his answer, please?
Yes.
I'd like to make it clear to you that she's responding to some trauma. Nowhere on the test, except when it asks to describe the trauma, is the trauma, specific trauma, that important. In other words, it's not critical to the outcome of the test. In her thinking and in her responsiveness, she could have been responding to the trauma that occurred on that date. Granted, she told me one story, and we found out later that there was another story, but both would have been perceived as traumas. So it's possible, and I'm not saying that it is for sure, it's possible that the trauma she was referring to was actually due to the killing. But because of the story she constructed, she had to attribute it rather, to this made-up story.
You don't know that, do you?
No, I don't. I'm speculating.
Right, made it up right now, speculating.
No clinical judgment, sir.
That's made up.
Overruled.
Clinical judgment.
Sir, you just used the word speculating, didn't you?
Okay, I used the word. I misspoke.
Sure. And speculating means it could be made up, right?
Yes, that's one possibility. It could be made.
All right, thank you. In terms of question 34, you said, the question was, are you having trouble falling or staying asleep? You said that, see that?
Yes.
And question 34, her answer was number 2, right?
Yes.
Which is 2 to 4 times a week, right?
Yes.
But it doesn't involve any nightmares involving this traumatic event.
That's correct.
She was asked on part 4, indicate if the problems you rated in part 3 have interfered with any of the following areas. Correct? You see that?
Yes.
And she says, except for 45, schoolwork, that all of this has interfered with work, household chores, relationships with friends, her sex life, right?
Yes.
General satisfaction with life, and overall level of functioning in all areas of her life, right?
That's correct.
And the event that we're talking about is the killing of Mr. Alexander by these 2 individuals.
Well, she was incarcerated at the time.
Sir,
Overruled. You may answer.
She was incarcerated at the time, and therefore all of her life activities were impeded.
those are the answers, those are the questions, and those are the responses, right?
That's correct.
The other test that you conducted was the MCMI, right?
Correct.
Are you familiar with the MMPI?
I am.
And what does that stand for?
The Minnesota Multiphasic Personality Inventory.
And how many questions does that have, sir?
567.
And who is that normed to?
Who is that normed to? Well, there's several subpopulations,
Sure.
but it's normed to primarily individuals who are in therapy.
So you're saying the MMPI is a norm to people in therapy?
As a rule, yes.
And so if you're not in therapy, then it's not norm to you?
Well, there are some subpopulations that it's sampled to.
So you have to be in therapy. In other words, everybody that provided the information for the MMPI, you're saying had to be in some sort of therapy,
There are
right?
several different scales. There's a correctional scale. There's people that are in therapy. There's also another scale for those people perhaps that are involved with physical ailments. There are several different ways that you can have that test scored.
And there's all these questions, and it does have a validity scale, right?
Yes, it does.
And you are saying that it is not geared to the normal population. Is that what you're saying? The
Primarily, it involves, that's right, it involves people that have been diagnosed with some disorder.
But it is for the normal population, correct?
When you say normal, what do you mean?
I'm talking about somebody who is out in the population. There's an issue as to what their diagnosis is, and this is one of the tests that they give.
That's one of the tests that's used to help diagnose.
But you chose to give one that had 175 questions, right?
That's correct.
And that one, sir, the way it works is that gives you a number, right? A base rate, if you will, a number, doesn't it?
No.
Well, you talked about it on direct examination, and isn't there something called the final base rate score that it gives you?
Well, it doesn't just give you one score.
Well,
It gives you numerous scores and scales. To limit your results to one number is a very narrow approach to that test.
Am I asking you to narrow your approach to one number right now?
Well, you are. You're saying that there's one number there called the base rate score.
Well, there's a lot of base rate scores here, right?
Yes, for several different factors.
Let's take a look at these right here. Take a look at Exhibit 541. You recognize what's in 541?
Yes.
What is it?
This is a printout from the MCMI profile.
And what's behind it?
What's behind it?
Yes.
Those are the base rate scores for approximately 25 different characteristics.
And for who are they?
These are from Ms. Arias.
All right?
May we approach? Yes.
I move for the admission of Exhibit 541.
Objection.
541 is admitted.
Take a look at the second page, and this is talking about base rate scores, correct?
Yes,
Then we have a 60, and then we have a 75, right?
correct.
The indication between 60 and 75 is that that does not indicate the presence of any clinical diagnosis, correct?
It's below the cutoff point.
Right, the cutoff is the 75, right?
Yes, however, that's an
Yes or no?
improper use of,
Is it? You just said that. It is, isn't it?
but that's an improper use of the test.
I'm not asking you if that's an improper use of the test. You just told me that that's the cutoff, right?
Typically speaking, when we're analyzing the data in some specific ways, but there are very complex computer algorithms that allow us to compare the relative heights of these scales and form a clinical opinion based upon the relative heights. It's not just a matter of taking a scale and measuring the score. It's more complex than that.
This document that you have here is the document MCMI3 base rate scores. This is something that you attached to your report, correct?
Yes,
And it is for Ms. Arias, right?
correct.
And you've also just told me that for the diagnosis issue, it's 75 to 85. That indicates the presence of some sort of, if you will, clinical disorder, right?
Relative elevations are as important as absolute elevations.
I understand that, but you just indicated this is where the clinical diagnosis comes in of any disorder,
No,
right?
that's not, that's, as I said, that's an improper use of the interpretation of this test.
So then why have numbers then? If they're not going to mean anything, then why have a number then?
They do have a meaning, but
And
not
that-
the meaning you're giving to them.
Well, we then take a look at her profile. Take a look at the PTSD. Do you
Yes,
see that?
Yes.
It's got 10, and her unadjusted score is what?
You're looking at a score that has
Sir,
no meaning.
I understand that that's what you want to tell us. What is the number that I'm pointing to there?
69,
And if we move that over, what is the number that's right across from that?
69.
So with regard to Ms. Arias, the number, even though you want to interpret it, the number that the computer assigned to it is 69, right?
You're misinterpreting the
I-
value of the test. You
I-
have no knowledge in this area, so.
Right, I understand that you
Yeah.
say I have no knowledge, but you can see the number there, can't you?
Of course,
And what is that number there?
69,
And it's both for the adjusted, unadjusted, and the final, right?
yes.
If we then go over to your base rate scores, you see there's the 60, then there's a 75 to 85. Her PTSD score of 69 is below the 75, correct?
The 75 doesn't mean anything.
Right, it doesn't mean anything. That's why they threw it in there, right?
You're misinterpreting
No.
I studied these tests for years,
I know.
and you are misinterpreting it, sir.
Right. They put that number 75 because it doesn't mean a thing, right?
It means something, but not the way you're saying.
Well, it is, mathematically speaking, 69 is below 75, isn't it?
Well, of course.
And if we're talking about this computer printout and PTSD and this issue involving whether or not there's a clinical disorder, the clinical disorder falls between the 75 and the 85 is what you previously told me, right?
That is not right.
Well, that's what you told me before, right?
Objection, Ms. Characterizes testimony.
Overruled. You may answer.
What I'm telling you
No,
is that
Judge, he's being non-responsive.
I'm not going to be characterized as giving you the wrong information. Yes.
Listen carefully to the question. Mr. Martinez, restate your question.
With regard to this issue here between the 75 and the 85, do you remember previously telling me that that is an area that indicates a clinical disorder?
No, I don't remember saying that, and if I did, I misspoke.
So do you have any problems with your memory because this just happened?
No, I do not have problems with my memory, sir.
And this MMPI, this MCMI, sir, this actually is a test that is was developed on psychiatric patients, correct?
Yes.
And the psychiatric patients were the reference group, right?
Yes.
And it was the psychiatric patients that were the reference group rather than individuals drawn from the general population, right?
Correct.
Whereas for the MMPI, there were individuals from the general population, correct?
As well.
No, the MMPI is different because that, sir, draws individuals from the general population, not psychiatric patients, right?
There are subpopulations that have been validated on the MMPI as well.
I know, but the question is this, sir, isn't it true that the MMPI involves individuals drawn from the general population, whereas this test involves people who are psychiatric patients?
Yes, and that's why I use this test.
The defendant is not a psychiatric patient, is she?
Well, I hypothesized that she had a psychiatric condition, and therefore I felt this test was much more appropriate for her to confirm a hypothesis that I had made based upon my analysis of all the other information that I had a chance to review.
And this test, sir, measures or indicates the person who's taking this test, they're standing on the scales as compared only with other psychiatric patients, right?
Yes.
Not with the general population.
There are actually several different validated groups for the MCMI, but this particular one was validated on psychiatric.
Right, and so what we're doing here is we're comparing her answers, if you will, to those of psychiatric patients, right?
Yes.
This scoring system here does not allow for her scores to be interpreted according to a criterion of normality that would be important to assess in a court case, right?
I was comparing her diagnosis.
Yes or no?
Could you repeat your question, please?
Isn't it true that this instrument, the one that you gave her, the MCMI, does not allow for a defendant or the client score to be interpreted according to a criterion of normality that may be important, may be an important factor to assess in a court case?
Well, that's correct by itself. That is true.
Right. It's saying basically that this is not something that is set up to be used in a court case.
No, that's not what it says.
Well, it does say this instrument does not allow for a client's or a defendant's score to be interpreted according to a criterion of normality that might be an important factor to assess in a court case. Yes or no?
That's what it says. And what are you reading from, sir?
And, sir, I asked the questions. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Okay. The base rate that we've talked about, and that's what we're talking about here. You
Yes.
see that? Those base rate norms do not allow, sir, in this case, for the description of normal behavior because there is no normal reference group, right?
That's right, but I was looking for a...
Yes or no? You answered my
Well, then,
question,
I'd
right?
like to know what you're reading from, sir. Let's look at that to refresh my memory.
And, sir, with regard to this test,
Your Honor, can we have the state disclose to the witness so that he understands? He's directly quoting from an article, and it's maybe quoted out of text without the doctor knowing exactly what he's talking about.
All right, we're going to take the noon recess at this time. Ladies and gentlemen, please be back in the designated area 125. Please remember the admonition you have used. Please approach. Please left the courtroom. Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. Counsel, please approach. You can step down. We are at recess. Thank you. Please be seated. Dr. Samuels, please come forward and take a seat. Let's bring in the jury. Please be seated. The record will show the presence of the jury, the defendant, and all counsel. Mr. Martinez, you may continue.
Sir, what date did you administer the MCMI?
It was early November of 2009.
Specifically, what date, though?
I don't have the record. I can tell you when the test was scored, which would have been a day or two after it was administered. So roughly November 7th, maybe November 12th, 13th, or 14th, in that ballpark of 2009.
The results, the numerical results that you get with this test, they're compared against the numerical results of psychiatric patients, correct?
Yes,
They're not compared against the general population, right?
that's correct.
But the inquiry in this case, what we're here to do is to determine or look at the defendant as she compares to the general population, not psychiatric patients, right?
No, that's not true. That's not how I used it.
So I know that's not how you used it, but what you're actually doing is you're looking at the defendant and comparing her to people who already have been diagnosed with something, correct?
Well, yes, that's how the test is set up.
Sure. Rather than comparing her to, for example, somebody in the general population, so we can actually get an accurate picture of how she varies or does not vary from somebody in the general population, right?
I'm not sure of what you mean. Could you please clarify that for me, and I'll be happy to answer.
Sure. The test scores that you get are compared to the scores of people, of psychiatric patients, correct?
Correct.
They are not compared to the test of somebody in the general population,
That's true.
right?
Yes.
So basically what you're doing is you're comparing the scores of the defendant to somebody who's already sick, for lack of a better term, right?
For lack of a better term.
Sure. And with regard to the inquiry that we have here, don't you agree that it would be much more valid to have her tests compared to somebody in the general population who doesn't have these issues, so we can see if she deviates or she doesn't deviate?
No, that's not how I use the test.
I know that's not how you use the test, but that's not my question. My question is, don't you think that a more valid approach would have been to compare or conduct a test that compares her to the general population to see if she varies or if she doesn't vary?
No, I don't think that would have been better.
The test that you gave her, you said it was in November of what year?
2009.
And so if we take a look at Exhibit 534, this is the PDS, this is after that, right?
It must be, yes.
Well, is it or isn't it?
Well, that's a different date, so it's after that, yes.
So in other words, the MCMI was conducted before, correct?
That's correct.
And so if it's conducted before, this is still when the defendant is adhering to the view or telling people, you specifically, that two individuals came in and they're the individuals that were responsible for killing Mr. Alexander, correct?
Correct.
You did indicate that in this particular test, the MCMI, that there are validity scales, right?
Correct.
Those validity scales, for whatever reason, even though she was talking about one story involving two people, now she changed her story to something else. This test that's supposed to pick up, not malingering, but faking, if you will, didn't pick it up here, right?
No, the internal scales are designed to determine whether or not someone was honest in answering the items on the test. It is not at all linked to an external story or one story or another.
Whereas the PDS is, correct?
Not really either. No.
Well, sir, do we have to go through question 14 again, what she answered? It is linked to the answer at question 14, isn't it?
You're referring to the PDS test?
Yes.
Well, yes, but yes.
Whereas this other one is not, correct?
Not at all, no.
There is no reason to believe that if on January 15th of 2010, she is maintaining that there were these two individuals that killed Mr. Alexander, and that's a traumatic event. There is no reason to believe that the answers that she is providing with a test that she took earlier have anything or are indicative of a change in story, are they?
Objection, speculation.
Overruled.
The results of the MCMI do not reflect whether someone is telling one story or another. What it does reflect is the internal state of the individual. She experienced the trauma, even though she was telling a story that was different from what actually happened. So this test reflects her internal struggle, her internal emotional state, and in my opinion, is perfectly valid.
Even though it is compared against psychiatric patients and not the general population.
Well, it was done deliberately.
I understand it was done deliberately, but my question is, even though the scores are compared to those of psychiatric patients, correct?
Yes.
Sir, one of the things that we talked about yesterday was this exhibit number 530. And this had to deal with memory, right?
Correct.
You gave it a name, right? What was the memory? Dissociative?
Dissociative amnesia.
Right. And one of the things that you told us, well, right here is when it starts to create a problem, right? There's
Correct.
the event, whatever the event may be.
Correct.
And then when you get to this point, you're not going to be able to remember throughout this whole U area, correct?
That's correct.
So you said that it starts right here
Well,
and ends right there.
This is just a pencil drawing.
I
don't know
understand.
precisely when it occurred with Ms. Arias, but this is the general form of the development of a dissociative amnesia based upon stress.
And you told us, you came in here and you talked all about dissociative amnesia, and that's all I'm talking to you about,
Correct.
right?
Yes.
With regard to this dissociative amnesia, it starts here and it ends up here, correct?
Correct.
And so this fogginess or whatever would start right around here, or would it be down here?
More likely somewhere along the downward slope.
Right up there and at the end?
Somewhere along the slope. I can't pinpoint it.
And you also told us that when along this continuum, that if an individual, because the hippocampus is affected, and you explained all of that, that the person cannot form memory, correct?
During that period of time,
Right.
that is true.
From here to here, it's your opinion that a person doesn't form memory, right?
Approximately correct.
Okay, now you're saying approximately. What does that mean, approximately? Is
Well,
it
you're
yes?
pointing to a particular area on the curve. This was a pencil drawing. There's no way to know for sure, but somewhere along the downward slope, the impact on the hippocampus is such that no new memories are being formed.
All right, but it's the downward slope, right?
Somewhere on the downward slope.
And then when we get up here, that's when the memory comes back,
It begins
right?
to, the ability of the hippocampus to store memories begins to increase as time progresses.
And it's on the upward angle, if you will, when the memory starts to come back,
That's
right?
right.
You also, the first day that you testified, you had some slides about some police officer, and you indicated that that was from, what magazine was it?
Time magazine.
From Time magazine, right? And you talked about how that was an example of this issue involving the dissociative memory, right?
No, that was an example of someone, a trained officer experiencing an acute stress reaction. There was no mention as to whether or not he suffered from amnesia in that article.
All right, let's take that police officer and let's assume that he does suffer from amnesia, all right?
Okay.
And his amnesia, according to you, if it's of the dissociative type, would start here, around here,
Right?
and end around there, right?
That's typically what we see.
Right. And that's what you were telling us, right?
Correct.
So let's assume that this police officer is involved in a confrontation, and he's down here in this portion of the curve, all right?
Correct.
And if he's down here, let's assume that he is attacked by a knife,
Okay.
okay? And some period of time goes by, he goes to this position right here, and then he is attacked or shot with a handgun. Let's assume that, right?
Could you repeat what you just said?
When he gets down here at the very bottom,
Yeah.
he's attacked or shot at with a handgun.
Okay.
All right? He's not going to have, if we're talking about dissociative memory, any memory of that, right?
If he was the individuals who were likely to suffer from dissociative amnesia, that would be true.
Okay, let's assume he's suffering from dissociative amnesia. That would be true, what I just
Correct.
posited, right?
Correct.
So, for example, when he is shot down here, or attacked, or whatever happens with the gun down here, according to you, the hippocampus is at such a state that he cannot form any memory, right?
Typically, yes.
And so if he can't form any memory there, and he can't form any memory here, if this officer then moves up to this area here, he has no memory, for example, of the gun, does he?
If he had entered into a state of dissociative amnesia, the answer would be yes.
Well, we assume that. You were telling us about true dissociative amnesia when you testified,
Okay,
right?
fine.
We're going with what you testified.
Okay.
So if he is in this true dissociative amnesia state, at this point here, he will not remember the gun that was there, right?
Correct.
So that if, for example, he goes over to the suspect, he's a police officer, he goes over to the suspect, he won't know where the gun is, right?
He would not have the conscious ability to go over to the suspect if he was in a true state of acute stress.
All right, but you're saying he couldn't even walk over, he could, the fact that you have this lack of memory doesn't mean you fall down, right?
Oh, no, no, not at all.
He can ambulate, right?
He could ambulate,
Sure,
yes.
so if he ambulates over to the suspect, he's not going to know where the gun is because he has no memory of it, right?
That's possible.
No, not that's possible. Isn't that what you told us yesterday? If it's true dissociative amnesia, that he wouldn't?
He wouldn't have, okay, if it was true dissociative
Sure.
amnesia, he would not have a memory of where the gun was.
Right, and that's what you were telling us yesterday.
Yes.
And the same is true for the knife. If, for example, we know that he can ambulate, if he starts going, this is the gun and this is the knife, if he then continues to ambulate and there's a knife involved, he will not know where that knife is because he cannot form any memory at that point, right? In true dissociative amnesia.
Unless,
Objection, Your Honor, as to clarification, because we're hearing about knife, gun, what time, what foundation is the state talking about when this person, hypothetical person, is supposed to not know when things are?
All right,
It's very confusing.
so your objection's foundation?
Foundation and clarification so that we all know that we're talking about the same thing.
On the continuum, sir. We're talking only about the continuum. No other place, and we're true dissociative amnesia, which is what you discussed before,
Yes.
right? And we previously talked that right here, there would be the knife. Down here would be the gun.
Okay.
All right?
yes.
If we then get to this position here, which is a little bit going up, if it's true dissociative amnesia, he can ambulate, walk over to where the suspect was, but he wouldn't know where the gun was, correct?
That's possible, yes.
You keep saying that's possible, and yet you tell me in true dissociative amnesia, he would not know. Which one is it?
If it was true dissociative
Yes.
amnesia, he would be less likely to remember the position of things that were dropped. That's
So
true.
what you're now telling me is that even when you have true dissociative amnesia, you can remember things, right?
No, I'm not saying that. In a case of
Well then,
complete,
hold on. How would he then be able to know where the gun was if he had amnesia?
Objection?
Yes, he was trying to answer the question and the prosecutor specifically stopped him.
I think he finished his answer overruled.
could
All
you
right.
repeat? I'm sorry.
Ma'am, could you read the question back to me?
How would he be able to know where the gun was if he had amnesia?
Okay, if he had true dissociative amnesia, he would be unlikely to know where the gun was.
You keep saying unlikely, and that leaves the possibility that even if an individual has amnesia, he would know where things are, right?
Well, when we do work like this, we always talk in probabilistic terms. The probability may be 100%, but it could be 90%. And so it's hard to know retrospectively exactly what degree of dissociative amnesia an individual had. So what I'm trying to be is more accurate, actually, by giving the answer that I am.
Yeah, I know you're trying to be more accurate, but we're talking about true dissociative amnesia here, aren't we?
Okay.
I mean, you keep getting off of that done. It is true dissociative.
Objection is a characterization that he's avoiding the question.
Sustained.
We're talking about true dissociative amnesia. Do you understand that?
Yes.
So when you say that it is unlikely a person has amnesia, pursuant to the way you're discussing this, he can still remember. So which one is it?
A person with true dissociative amnesia is very unlikely to remember anything at the acute phase of the incident.
So what you're saying is that even though, what is amnesia?
Amnesia is a loss, usually permanent, of a time frame of memories.
So if we have this true amnesia, if you will, how are you able to then say, well, it could be likely that he would remember, then it wouldn't be amnesia.
Referring things in terms of probability and likely is more correct scientifically, especially in the field of psychology. However, I can say that if a person was in a true state of dissociative amnesia, at least during the most intense portion of that time frame, it's highly unlikely that someone would remember anything going on at that
Right.
time.
And so, as in my example, he wouldn't be able to remember the gun, even if he
Right.
could ambulate, right?
Right?
He couldn't remember the knife if he were
If it was at that point, yes.
And for example, if this individual here, this officer, had been on surveillance and had been taking photographs, and during this melee, whatever it was, camera went flying somewhere, he would not have any memory of that camera either if it happened during this phase down here,
That's
right?
highly possible, yes.
Under true dissociative amnesia, right?
Right.
You talked about something called transglobal amnesia. Do you remember the first time?
Yes, transient global
I'm
amnesia.
sorry, transient global amnesia. And you indicated yesterday that that didn't apply here, right?
It doesn't apply here, correct?
Right. So then why were we talking about it initially? Was there a reason why we were talking?
Well, as
about
I indicated the other day, I believe that question was asked, that I use it as an example to show that the occurrence of amnesia in society is not that all uncommon, and that it can occur for relatively minor stressful occurrences.
But this is the one that talked about sexual intercourse, right?
As according to the review articles of 119 articles, one of the, or maybe more than one, as I said, there were 119 articles that were reviewed, indicated that sexual intercourse was at least one of the factors that appeared to produce transient global amnesia.
And so that's a yes, right?
Yes.
And also hot water, dipping.
Immersion in hot
Right.
water or cold water.
Again, we're talking about things that don't have anything to do with this particular case, do we? Do they?
That's correct.
And so you're the one that put that slide up there, though, right?
That's correct.
And even though it had nothing to do with this particular case, right?
Correct.
One of the other things that we talked about was that you said, well, the defendant never said anything negative about Mr. Alexander in her journals. Do you remember saying that?
That's, I do.
Yes. And let's talk about exhibit number 510. It says here, if Travis found out, he'd get upset, but I will not stand for him saying anything negative about her. In fact, from now on, I will not stand for him saying anything negative of any of my friends, right?
Yes.
And that was back on August of 2007, right?
Yes.
You were saying that this was an individual that was not very assertive.
No, she was not very assertive.
Right. You saw her in, what, 2009 and 2010 is when you began to see her, right?
Correct.
You're saying that that individual that you saw in 2009 and 2010, even though she wrote that back in 2007, was not very assertive.
She was not very assertive, no.
So the fact that she said, I will not stand for him saying anything negative about any of my friends, that doesn't mean that she's assertive.
No, it does not.
So in spite of the fact that the language indicates otherwise, you're going to take issue with that, even though it does indicate otherwise.
You were indicating, are you referring to this as an example of her saying something negative about Mr. Alexander? Or an example of her being assertive, at least in writing?
I thought we were talking about being assertive. Do you have a problem with remembering what I just asked?
No, I don't have any more problem than you do, sir.
Well, sir, I asked you about her being assertive. Do you remember me
Yes.
asking you? And asking you about her being assertive in 2009 and 2010 when you met her, right?
Yes.
And you were answering my questions and had no concern about it at that point,
Correct.
right? And so then when I posed this to you, this exhibit number 510, all of a sudden you're saying that you don't understand.
I didn't say I didn't understand.
Well, my question to you is, even though this is written down, you're saying, don't believe what's written down, because you're saying she wasn't assertive, even though this indicates that she is assertive.
That's a compound question and mischaracterizing his testimony.
Jimmy, answer.
Assertiveness is a characteristic of behavior. And one of the primary characteristics is being to say something and act something out and hold your ground and say what's on your mind in a non-aggressive manner, but rather to get your point across. The mere fact that she wrote down she's not going to stand for it anymore is nothing more than her writings. It is not an example of behavioral assertiveness.
But you're speculating that she didn't say it to him, aren't you?
I read it in her journal.
No, you're speculating that she never told this to Mr. Alexander.
I don't know that she told it to him.
Right, and so you're speculating that she didn't.
Right.
So you don't know if she did or not then, right?
In our verbal conversations, I got the impression, after meeting with her a dozen times for between 25 and 30 hours, that she was not at all assertive, especially back then.
That's her telling you this, right?
That's from reading her writings and her telling me
Right.
and other evidence that I happened to evaluate.
And this is the individual that wasn't truthful on the PDS, right? Or discussed a version of events that she subsequently changed, right?
Yes, I'll say yes to that.
And this is an individual that lied to the police, right?
Correct,
This is an individual that called Mr. Alexander after she killed him, right?
correct.
This is an individual that lied to her friends, right?
Objection, speculation. Knowledge.
I don't know.
Hold on.
Well, he just answered the question. He doesn't know.
All right, a roll.
Well, sir, you were asked about a conversation that the defendant had with Leslie Udy yesterday. Do you remember that?
I do.
Oh, you do remember it then, right?
Objection, argumentative.
Sustained.
And during this conversation, you were able to tell us that the defendant, although the statements were not true, you tried to tell us why she had said them. Do you remember that?
Yes, I did.
Right. So you have all of this range of knowledge as to the defendant's spoken words, yet you can look at an entry from back of 2007 and say, well, she wrote it, but she didn't do anything about it, right?
It's not an example of assertiveness. The assertiveness is measured through her behavior, not through the writings. It's easy to write a strong statement, but based upon everything else that was told to me, she is not an assertive person, especially back in 2007.
And the person who told you all of this is the defendant, right?
Correct.
You didn't talk to anybody, you didn't conduct any interviews, for example, with somebody named Daniel Freeman, right?
No.
You didn't talk to Leslie Udy, right?
No.
You didn't talk to her family, right?
No.
You didn't talk to anybody else, you just talked to the defendant, right?
That is correct. I only spoke to the
Right.
defendant.
And once you spoke with the defendant, and based on whatever other material you had, you made the assessment, if you will, that she was a person who was not assertive, correct?
Correct.
The other thing that you were asked about was exhibit number 511. And you were asked about it, and you remember the lower portion here?
Yes.
It says, but there are certain things that will never sit right with me about, but we didn't read the other part.
Him.
Me and him, right? Mm-hmm. And then it says, for example, right? She clarifies what she's talking about, right?
Yes.
He always makes that ridiculous joke, families can be forever. Why do you want to spend so much time with them now? That's what was making her upset, right?
Yes, as an example, yes.
Yeah, it's because he's saying things. And then she says, I abhor that. I want a family man. A man who takes family seriously. Right? That's
Yes.
what she writes. I know he jokes, but that drives me crazy, and it's a big turnoff. But he has told me time and again that if he could marry me, it would mean he won the wife lottery, right?
Yes.
That's sweet, actually. I want to have a companion. Travis is awesome.
Actually, you missed a sentence there.
Sure,
after
read
the
it for me
smiley
then.
face. That's sweet, actually. I know I'll be an excellent wife. In fact, I really want that. I want to be married. I want to have a companion. Should I continue?
Sure.
Travis is awesome, no doubt, but there's just something that is off. I only know what the Spirit whispers to me, and that he's not the one.
For marriage, right? That's what they're
Apparently,
talking.
that's the implication. And then there's a sad face. I spent over a year of my life cultivating a relationship with him. I certainly wasn't thrilled. No, I was devastated when I discovered that he wasn't being faithful to me.
And then she says,
I just don't get why men cheat.
she's talking about the fact that he cheated on her, right?
Yes.
So this gives context to the previous paragraph of this exhibit, doesn't it?
Yes. Is that contiguous? I don't have the paper in front of me. So
Sure.
is that part of the same writing?
You see
Well,
that
yes, I see
006
that.
at the bottom? And then it has 698. This is defendant's exhibit, so,
Well, that's actually several pages away from.
well,
7.
all I'm showing you is something that you see for identification and admission defendant. So that's all I'm pointing out to you.
Okay, that's fine.
Okay. You also were asked about Exhibit 456. This is, you want to look at it, plaintiff's exhibit, so you can see the
I see
difference.
that.
And there's an entry there of January 24th of 2008.
Yes.
And it does say, I haven't written because there has been nothing noteworthy to report, right?
Correct.
And you've indicated that, well, you take issue with that. Do you know of anything that happened before that that's noteworthy in her life?
Well, what was the date on that?
January 24th, 2008.
Not
What-
offhand. I have to refresh myself.
No, just as you're sitting here, anything noteworthy before January 24th of 2008?
I,
The witness is asking to refresh his recollection with regard to specific dates. May he do so?
No, he's asking to look at his notes. I'm asking him not to. I'm asking him what he knows independently.
That's what
then
we're
I don't
doing.
remember something
All right,
specific. I'm sorry.
sir, there's an objection. Please wait to respond. Objection overruled. You may answer the question.
I don't recall specifically. I would like to have access to some paperwork so I could refresh my memory.
There is a point, or you did testify something involving an incident where the defendant claimed that Mr. Alexander was masturbating to what? Pictures?
Okay, I think that was the 22nd now.
Okay, so it's the 22nd of 2008, right?
Yes.
Well,
I'm going to object to this because he hasn't been allowed to refresh his recollection with regard to specific dates. These dates are not necessarily important to Dr. Samuels, so he would like to refresh.
I'm going to
his
object to the
recollection.
speaking nature of this.
Right, approach, please, counsel.
So, what time did she tell you that this incident took place?
Well, sometime in, I think, 2008, but I don't remember the exact date.
Okay, I understand that you're saying now that you don't remember the exact date. I'm asking for time. What time did she tell you that she saw this incident? Time of the day.
For the time of the day, I'd have to look at my notes.
Go ahead and look at your notes.
Okay.
And then also look at your notes for purposes of the date, okay?
Sure.
Well, sir, don't you have your notes marked there?
Yeah, I do, by date.
Or you're looking
Oh.
at something else that's not marked, is my point.
Then I don't have a copy of my notes that were copied. So may I look at the exhibit?
Mr. Martinez, do you have his
I
notes?
don't have those notes. I don't know where they went. Those are the ones that were the yellow pad. Notes.
Sir, that's not them right in front of you?
No, this is just,
No, the yellow
They're in
notes.
front of it. They're there.
oh, you took it for that particular date. I'm sorry. I thought you were looking for a whole collection of notes. These notes don't involve the masturbation, if that's what you're referring to.
They don't involve that particular episode?
No.
All right, if you have your notes somewhere else, go ahead and pull them out and we can have them marked as exhibits.
Okay, I'm still looking for it in
Sure,
my notes.
take your
They're
time.
not indexed according to subject. I'm having a little trouble locating it, but it's here. Ah. Okay.
If you can take the notes out so we can mark them, please.
Okay. I'm not sure this gives me the date, but it's when she discussed it with me.
Let's just have them marked. Take a look at exhibit number 542 then, and so we can talk about this date.
The date of the notes?
The date of the notes was May 4th, 2011. But that's not the first time she told me that story.
Well, why don't we do this, sir?
Okay.
Let's go through that exhibit first.
Sure.
And see if that refreshes your recollection as to a date. See if you mention any date there.
There's no date here to reference
Okay.
that.
Then you said that you have other notes. Go ahead and look and see if you can find the other notes to see if the other notes have a date on them.
Right. I have another reference to it.
All right, go ahead and we can have those marked so that we can keep it straight.
Okay.
If you don't mind giving those back to me, and I'll give them back to you with the
Okay.
exhibit tag. This is Exhibit 543, and you indicate that you have a reference here to that particular alleged incident.
Yes.
Why don't you review it and tell me whether or not there's a date on it?
There is no date on that,
So,
of the incident.
so no date is indicated in either of your notes, correct?
Correct.
And you had told us before that you do not tape record, correct?
Correct.
So that all the information with regard to your speaking with her would be in the notes, right?
Correct.
Objection, Judge, may we approach? Yes.
Hold on, sir. One moment. You may continue.
Okay. It appears that you're looking somewhere else?
I'm looking here, yes, at some other notes that I have. This occurred at the time.
Let me just do it this way. I just want to know if in anything like the yellow pad that you have there? Or
I don't
yellow-
have the date, no.
On anything like that, correct?
Correct.
Sir, one of the things that you told us with regard to this case was that you believe that the defendant, and I'll read it, falls under the criteria of A1, A2, B3, C3, C6, and D3. And her scores on the post-traumatic disorder scale confirm the presence of PTSD, and the elevated scales on the anxiety and PTSD scales of the MCMI-3 support this as well, correct?
Correct.
That is your conclusion, right?
Yes.
And You said that you arrived at that conclusion using your DSM, correct?
Correct.
And that's that reddish book that you have there?
Yes.
What's the date of publication on that book?
2000, I believe.
2000?
I think so, yes.
Sir, one of the things that you also testified to was that every 10 years, the academy, or whoever it is, or committee that is involved in this, gets together, and then they publish a new book, don't they?
That's correct.
You have not purchased the new book that would be available in 2010, correct?
It wasn't released then. It hasn't been released yet. It should be available within 6 months.
Are you familiar with something known as DSM-4TR?
Yes.
That's something that was published subsequent to that, right?
Yes, and I have an abbreviated copy here.
I know you have an abbreviated copy, but that's something that has been published since that, and it addresses these same issues, correct?
Right.
And that-
TR,
And that's the most current book, if you will, on these issues, these diagnostic issues, right?
they're virtually identical.
I know you say they're virtually identical, but that's the newer version, correct?
That's a newer version.
And, but you did say that she falls on the criteria, because when we talked, there was a lot of letters and numbers, but you said that she falls under the criteria of A1, correct?
That's correct.
A2, right?
Yes.
B3?
Well, let me double check here.
Here, let me mark it so that you can take a look at it, okay?
Okay.
Yes.
I didn't hear what you said.
Would you like to see the exhibit?
Take a look at this exhibit 544.
Yes.
So we're at B3. What's the next section that you cite there?
Judge, I'm sorry, but with regard to this specific exhibit, it's not a complete exhibit of his report made, Dr. Sanger.
This is a speaking objection, Judge.
Please.
Sir, you have your report there, right?
I have my report, and
All
I
right,
also,
so is that a yes?
that I have my report, yes.
And so it's B3, and after that it's what?
That's correct. Well,
C3, right?
in my report, there was an error. There was an
I'm not
omission.
asking you if there was an error, am I? Am I not asking you to just tell me what's after B3?
I will tell you what that is. In my report, I wrote C3,
Okay, hold on. C3,
C6,
hold on. Okay,
D3,
and D3, right?
and D3.
Right.
But I had omitted.
Yeah, sir, you keep saying that you've amended this. You've amended that when?
When I reviewed my report.
No, I need a date.
A date? December of 2012.
And that amendment was not provided to the state, was it?
No, I didn't write an amendment. What I did was I'm sorry. Okay.
Approach, please. Ladies and gentlemen, the last question was withdrawn. You may continue.
With regard to Exhibit 525, I want you to take a look at the bottom of the number is on the record, but it looks like it's page 17. And then it does say, see this where it says Jodi Arias?
Yes,
And then if you take a look at Exhibit 544, that paragraph is the same between those two
Yes.
documents, isn't it?
yes.
Okay? And, sir, you did indicate that you are familiar with the guidelines that are set out in the DSM to reach a diagnosis of PTSD, right?
That's correct.
And I'm going to have mark this as an exhibit. And you don't have any reason to doubt what you just told us here. This A1, A2, B3, C3, C6, and D3 is what you wrote in your report, which is exhibit number 525.
That's right. That's what wound up appearing in my report.
I'm going to go ahead and just have this marked as an exhibit. Are you familiar with the diagnostic criteria for PTSD disorder and diagnosing it?
Yes,
Take a look at exhibit number 545 and see if that's not what the diagnostic criteria is.
those are the diagnostic criteria.
And that's what you used in this case to diagnose the defendant with PTSD, correct?
That's correct.
I move for the admission of exhibit 545.
Objection, Your Honor, may we approach?
You may.
I want you to take a look at it, specifically the C section and the highlighted section.
Yes,
Read that slowly for me, please.
right. As I indicated earlier.
No, sir, I'm asking you to read.
Persistent avoidance of
Hold on, slowly, please.
Persistent avoidance of stimuli associated with the trauma and numbing of general responsiveness not present before the trauma, as indicated by 3 or more of the following.
All right, it requires under C that you find 3 or more of the following, right?
Yes.
Under the section C, right?
That's correct.
You just told me that under section C, you only found 2, right?
No, I omitted.
No, sir.
I found 3. I omitted to type
Judge,
one of them in.
I would move then in for admission of Exhibit 544.
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay. You're saying it's not a complete record.
Council approach. You may continue.
Take a look at Exhibit 544. This is it right here. That's a true and accurate written reproduction of what's in your report, Exhibit 525, as to your findings in this case involving post-traumatic stress disorder.
That's correct.
It includes specifically the sections that you found, correct?
Yes.
Which are the ones that are up on the screen. And these are the ones that you submitted as part of your written report, correct?
That is correct.
All right. Move for the admission of Exhibit 544.
I still object, Judge.
Pardon?
Same objection.
All right, overruled. 544 is admitted.
Sir, you have the document in front of you that talks about, or it's exhibit number 544, the C section. And it indicates that in order to find the C section of the post-traumatic stress disorder prong, there has to be 3 factors, doesn't it?
Yes, I omitted typing those
So,
letters.
yes or no,
in my
sir?
report.
Hold on. Yes or no?
Your Honor, I'm going to object to that. He's allowed to finish his question. I thought.
Yes.
Proceed.
You may finish your response.
I omitted typing some additional numbers, which I discovered as I was reviewing my report for preparation for testimony.
All
And
right. Are you done, or go ahead?
I wasn't done.
Go ahead.
So what I did was to review the criteria, and I printed up a list of the criteria and the ones that actually apply after referring back to some notes that I found when I was calculating and determining whether we met the criteria. And so there are several. In fact, in B, there are actually
No,
three
so we're
now.
talking about C, sir. We're talking about C.
In C, there are now 4, and in D, there are 3.
I'm not asking you about D, am I? I'm asking you about C.
Okay, C.
So with regard to C, isn't it true that if it's just it's a counting kind of thing, 3 are required to be found in order for there to be PTSD, correct?
That's correct.
You only listed 2, right?
That was in a typographical
Is that yes
omission.
or no?
Yes, it is.
And sir, with regard to this, you're getting paid, how much are you getting paid per hour?
I get paid per hour $250.
And for $250 an hour, you're saying that this is not, you weren't paying enough attention to put whatever else was needed under C?
I reviewed the report numerous times, and I must admit I missed it.
All right, let's go over to D and read that section slowly as to what is required.
Persistent symptoms of increased arousal, not present before the trauma, as indicated by 2 or more of the following.
And so that one does call for 2 or more, correct?
That's correct.
In exhibit number 544, you only listed 1, correct?
Again, an omission of 2 of the criteria.
I understand that it's an omission, but if we just take a look at your report, which you said that you reviewed over and over again, right?
I did.
And you reviewed it for accuracy, right?
Correct.
If we just take a look at your report, just the report, and just what you have listed, that does not fit the diagnosis for PTSD or post-traumatic stress disorder, right?
Correct.
I don't have anything else, thank you.
Right, redirect.
Doctor, let's start talking with what we just finished, okay?
Okay, sure.
So I want you to finish some of your answers here. You were talking about the C's and the D's and all of that, and I understand that you said that you made typographical errors in your report. Is that right?
Yes, I did.
Okay, and so starting with the C's, can you tell us, do you have something to refer to what the different criteria?
I do.
Okay, what are the criteria for in C that apply to Ms. Arias?
And Judge, I think he's referring to something else, if we could have that on slide.
Are you referring to something different?
I'm referring to my worksheet on this, yes.
Okay, can we have that marked then?
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, so it's exhibit number 547 that you're referring to, and this is a worksheet you said that you prepared?
Yes, this was something that I was preparing when I started to review this, and I realized that I had omitted some letters and numbers. I went through the criteria again, and I compared it to my notes, even included some of the new information that has been obtained, and I've marked off those characteristics that meet criteria in C.
Okay. All right, and tell us what was the criteria that you found with regard to Ms. Arias that fits
For C,
for C?
efforts to avoid thoughts, feelings, or conversations associated with the trauma.
Okay, and how do you find that that fits with Ms. Arias'
Well,
situation?
she created an alternative reality, and she remained in a state of deep denial, which we can also call derealization.
Okay. And what number is that, C1?
That's C1.
Okay, C1. All right, and what's the next C?
C3, inability to recall an important aspect of the trauma.
Okay, and I think we know, but how does that
Amnesia,
refer?
right.
Say that again?
5,
Wait.
I'm sorry.
That was
That was
C3?
C3,
Okay, and C3, inability to recall.
that's right.
So is that what we've been talking about a lot?
That's right.
The lapse in memory?
That's correct.
Okay. Then the next one?
C5, feeling of detachment or estrangement from others, and I indicated disconnection from one's sense of self, an altered state of consciousness, and that feeling of detachment or estrangement was something that she reported early on in the process, less so today, but it was early on in the process.
Okay.
C6, restricted range of affect In other words, unable to have loving feelings is an example, and I refer to the blunted affect that we've talked about previously.
Okay.
And 7, a sense of foreshortened future. This again was earlier on in the analysis when she was planning to kill herself, which is one of the reasons that she indicated that she wasn't willing to get in touch with her feelings and so forth. However, that's less of a function today.
Okay. So did you say that was C7?
That was C7.
Okay. All right.
And that was
so
it for C.
That was it for C.
Yes.
Okay. So I have C1, C3, C5, C6, and C7.
Yes,
So you find 5 criteria.
that's correct.
Okay. And what is the necessary criteria?
3.
All right. And had you noticed your error any sooner within in your typewritten report, would you have made corrections sooner?
Of course.
And well, let's talk about D next.
Okay.
Was there a mistake with regard to
Yes,
D?
I left out, again. I found, it required 2 out of 5,
Okay.
and I found 2.
All right. Which of those 2?
Irritability or outbursts of anger,
And that's D what?
that's D2.
Okay.
And I use as an example the anger that was expressed telephonically with her mother.
Okay.
3, difficulty concentrating. She was reporting difficulty concentrating to me at several times during our interviews, and that was D2. D3 rather.
D3. Okay.
Then D4, hypervigilance. She reported on a number of occasions that she had become very sensitive and reacted sharply to the noise that existed in the jail setting.
Okay, and this is what we talked about yesterday with her inability to sleep, and she used to be able to sleep a lot?
That's right.
Okay. And with regard to sleep, I know there was some talk about nightmares. Her report to you about not sleeping was because of the noise around her.
That's correct. She did not report nightmares on the PDS test.
Okay, so how many D criteria do
You
you have?
need 2, and I found 3.
Okay. All right. And then with regard to A1 and A2,
Yes, both of those were met. And
A1?
Could I read that?
yes, please.
The person has experienced, witnessed, or been confronted with an event or events that involve actual or threatened death or serious injury, or a threat to the physical integrity of oneself or others. And I noted killing of Mr. Alexander.
Okay. And can that also be Mr. Alexander attacking her first? Can that also be a trauma?
Assumes facts not in evidence.
It could be, yes, it could be.
Either
one, but again, the killing was, in my opinion, so much more intense that I feel superseded the attack. But yes, without the killing, the attack could have served as criterion A1.
Okay, and when you say intense, you mean traumatic to Miss Arias?
That's correct.
Okay. And what was in A2?
2, the person's response involved intense fear, helplessness, or horror. And then it says, note, in children it may be expressed instead by disorganized or agitated behavior.
Okay.
And based upon the crime scene's photograph, the threat to her life that the attack originally caused, and the killing itself, I felt that she met criteria A2.
Okay. And that was the intense fear?
That's correct.
All right. And did she speak with you in your numerous meetings with her? Did she speak to you about having intense fear?
Numerous times.
Did she speak to you about being terrified?
Yes, she did.
All right. And then we have B. We have B3. Is that correct?
Yes.
How many criteria?
Actually, I found 3 criteria. You
Okay.
only need 1.
All right. And you listed 1 in your report of B3, but upon review of your notes in entirety?
Apparently that was, yeah.
Okay, so tell me, which ones did you find?
1 was recurrent and intrusive, distressing recollections of the event. Those were the intrusive thoughts, including
and-
images, thoughts, or perceptions.
Okay, and intrusive thoughts, we're talking not necessarily about the point which she can't remember, right?
That's correct. She remembers the beginning of the attack and then the end of the attack.
Okay,
And so those are the intrusive thoughts she reported, and they do fall into that category.
okay,
The next was B4, intense psychological distress at exposure to internal or external cues that symbolize or resemble an aspect of the traumatic event.
Okay.
And to that, I indicated an avoidance of reality and the creation of a replacement reality, i.e. the story. And that was her reaction to the intense psychological stress brought about by whatever it was that she could remember of the incident.
Okay.
And B5, physiologic reactivity upon exposure to internal or external cues that symbolize or resemble an aspect of the traumatic event, and I added the word shaking as an indication of a physiologic reaction to internal or external cues that symbolize the aspect of the event.
I just want to be clear, when you say that you added the word shaking, you're not adding to the criteria.
No, that's what's my note. I use it as an example. I want to make sure I had it here.
Okay, so you're writing shaking is your example of what makes Miss Arias' situation fall within B5.
That's correct.
Okay. Okay. And let's see, C we talked about, and D. So those are all the criteria, is that correct?
Yes.
All right, and if the person has more criteria than others, it's a baseline, isn't it? I mean, once they meet the criteria, they're diagnosed with PTSD?
That's correct. It doesn't make it worse PTSD if they have more criteria. It might, but not in this case.
Okay.
Just more characteristics.
So it's not as though as you're trying to make Miss Arias' PTSD sound worse with more criteria?
No.
Okay. And all right, let's stay on this for a second. You were asked about the book, the DSM-4?
Yes.
And it was published in what year? 2000?
2000.
Okay. And they go and publish every about 10 years.
10 years. Well, this is overdue. The DSM-5 is overdue.
All right.
But it should be available soon.
Okay, but it's not available to you right now?
No, it's not available for sale.
And was it available to you in 2010 when you first made your report?
No. There may be some beta versions on the internet. There are actually, but that's not for official use yet, but just to introduce it. But we don't use it.
You don't use it until it's published?
Until it's published.
Okay. And there was some mention of the DSM-TR. What is that?
TR stands for text revision.
Okay.
Apparently when this original volume came out, there was some text that was deemed to be a bit confusing. So some sections were rewritten to make it easier basically for a layperson to read. And so they came out with what's called DSM-4. It's the same book basically, but the text has been revised somewhat. It is essentially identical.
So is it just the difference of how it's explained in the DSM?
Yes, yes. I think there may have been one adjustment to one or two codes in there, but they're not relevant to this case at all.
So no adjustments to the PTSD?
No.
And being a psychologist for, is it over 30 years?
Over 30 years.
Over 30 years, do you need to read a text revision that's made for lay people to understand?
No, that's why I didn't replace my book.
So do you is there anything wrong with you using a DSM-4?
No, not at all. In fact, I have a small version that I use for traveling. That's the TR version. And what I would do is that this is limited in terms of what it discusses. But it does have the criteria in here, and they are virtually identical to the criteria in this book.
Okay. You were asked about exhibit number 456, which we see exhibit 456 that this was entered by P, the plaintiff, meaning the state. Is that right? Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And you were showed this portion. This portion, nothing noteworthy to report.
That was the day of her breakage of the finger, which was 2 days after the pedophilic incident.
Okay. And so let's look at the.
Judge, I didn't hear. Could he repeat that? That was 2 days after the pedophilia, he said?
The pedophilic-like behavior that we were talking about earlier when you asked me that question.
Okay.
So it's 2 days after.
Yeah, a day or two
This
after.
is not, Judge, can we have, I ask the questions?
He asked to repeat the response. We want. Next question.
Thank you. And let's look at Exhibit 511. This one is entered in by the defense, right? You see the
Yes.
D? Okay. So this has the same first paragraph, doesn't it?
Yes.
Okay, but then does it also go on?
Yes, it does.
All right. And this is what you were asked to read. when she talks about Travis having a problem. Is that right?
Yes.
And she goes on to talk about Travis cheating on her.
Yes.
And she also talks in the very end of this exhibit about Travis, when she's talking about Travis cheating on her, that he seemed mildly remorseful. Do you see that up there?
Yes, I do.
But that was it.
That was it.
And then she says, I'm going to stop writing about this right now. It is of no benefit. Is that
That's
right? And she says, I could just rip out the last few pages, but I'll refrain from doing that.
Correct.
And obviously we have them, so they weren't torn out,
That's right.
Besides reviewing these journal entries, all of her journal entries, well, do you remember the questions about Miss Arias' assertiveness?
Yes.
Okay. And I think, what were you trying to explain with regard to the journal entry that she's not going to stand for Travis saying negative things about her friends?
Well, I'm glad that she was able to write that. I think that was 2007.
Let's look. This is Exhibit 510. And this was written Sunday,
Yes.
August 26th of '07. And she's talking about she's staying at Rachel's. And if Travis found out, he'd get upset, but I will not stand for him saying anything, right?
Correct.
And she also goes on to say that she won't stand for anyone else saying negative things about Travis.
That's correct.
Okay. Now, the fact that she writes this in her journal, is that evidence of assertive behavior?
Not at all.
Why not?
Because she wrote something that was mildly assertive, but that does not translate into assertive behavior. There are people, I used to run workshops a long time ago in assertive training, and I can tell you there's a big gap between what a person can write or say verbally about what they're going to do, and then between them doing it. So there's a world of difference, and the assertive training actually is, number one, designed to get them to at least envision themselves acting out in a more assertive manner, and the main therapy involves training them to be able to act it out and do it. So there's a tremendous gap between writing something that's mildly assertive and acting it out and being an assertive person.
Okay. And with regard to her acting it out and actually being assertive, specifically with Travis, do you remember her telling you about her attempting to confront him back when he would yell at her?
Yes.
And do you remember her saying that he checked it real quick?
He checked it real quick. He had total control. She was unable to break through that.
Okay. And did she tell you that she never tried it again?
That's right.
All right. And in all of your time that you spent with Miss Arias, is there any time that she ever told you that she was able to stand up to Travis?
No.
You were asked the question about transient global amnesia. Do you remember
Correct.
that? All right, and that why would you bring up transient global amnesia when it has nothing to do with that case? Do you remember that line of
I do.
questioning? With regard to that, what was the point of discussing transient global amnesia before we discussed dissociative amnesia?
I wanted to show the jury, explain to the jury that amnesia is not an unusual occurrence, and that it can occur in cases of relatively trivial stress. And I wanted to point that out so they could see, and followed with some research to show that this is a real phenomenon. Then I went into the more specific type of amnesia that was more related to this case.
Okay, and when you talk about trivial stress, would that be the examples that was on that slide with the hot water and the cold water?
Yes.
and sex, intercourse.
Yes,
Now, you're not saying that that's what happened to Miss Arias, are you?
not at all.
And that trivial stress, the point of that is that the trivial stress can, in those 119 articles that was reviewed by the article that you read,
Yes,
discussed the trivial stresses that can cause amnesia.
that's correct.
Did that article, the review article of 119 different articles, did it discuss these trivial stresses causing amnesia?
Yes,
And that's a different kind of amnesia, is that right?
that's correct.
Is that a different kind of amnesia?
That is a different kind of amnesia.
All right. With regard to the trivial stresses, what is the point of the trivial stress? What does it do to our body that can trigger amnesia?
It could be some shock to the system. It is not necessarily of the same magnitude as what will cause a dissociative amnesia, which will throw the body into a state of acute stress and create far more difficulties for the client. We don't know the physiology, but these cases are reported. They are real cases. And it's not just reported once, but there are 119 articles that were summarized. So this is a fairly commonly occurring situation, occurring maybe 3 or 8 times per 100,000 population per year.
Now, if we're not talking trivial stress, and instead if we're talking about a woman who was attacked by someone she loved, and her having to defend herself and ultimately killing him, is that something more than trivial?
Objection goes to what we previously discussed.
Approach.
Doctor, let me ask that in a different way, okay?
Sure.
If, when we're comparing, we were talking about trivial stresses, right? And comparing that to a woman who is attacked by someone she loves to the point that she has to protect herself, and I don't know how else I can word it.
Approach. Actually, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take the afternoon recess. Please be back in the designated area at 3:15. Please remember the admonition. You are excused.
Please stand for the jury.
Counsel, please approach. briefly for just one more moment. I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
Would you like Dr. Samuels to take?
Yes, we're waiting for Ms. Wilmot, but yes, Dr. Samuels, you may have a seat. Please bring in the jury.
Please stand for the jury.
Please be seated. The record will show the presence of the jury, the defendant, and all counsel. Ms. Wilmot, you may continue with redirect.
All right, Dr. Samuels.
Hi.
I was asking the question, hypothetically speaking, if a woman is attacked by someone that she loves and she feels like she needs to then protect herself from the attack and ends up having to kill somebody, kill that person, is that something that would be considered a greater trauma than one of the trivial stresses that we were talking about?
Absolutely.
And what about, hypothetically speaking, if that woman, there was no indications in her prior life of having any violence at all?
Well, that would indicate that the trauma was extraordinary.
And in these extraordinary traumas, is there a greater likelihood of dissociative amnesia?
Absolutely.
And in these extraordinary traumas, is there a greater likelihood of this dissociative amnesia being more complete?
Yes.
And what do you mean by complete?
That the duration of the amnesia might be longer, and the depth of the amnesia would be greater.
Okay. And so that's directly related to the severity of the trauma?
Yes.
Now, just because if somebody goes through a trauma such as this, does that necessarily mean they're going to get dissociative amnesia?
No.
Okay. All right, so you remember the questions about you refer to it as a pencil drawing, I think. Your hill and valley.
Yes.
You have it there? Oh, no, I have it.
You have it? Okay.
All right, it's Exhibit 530. And I know you said pencil, but it's pen, right?
I guess I had a pen here. I thought I had a pen.
Okay.
Maybe that is. I don't know. Can't tell.
Okay, all right, but it's something that you drew in court yesterday, right?
Yes, I did.
All right, and it's not a very specific graph, is it?
No, it's very general, and it's representative of what happens.
Okay, and representative of what happens when?
The interference with memory function under duress over time.
Okay, and so when I know that the state was trying to pinpoint you down on when exactly memory function starts to get impaired, but there is no specific area on this graph because it's right?
The research hasn't yet given us that answer.
Okay, and because this is not a specific, really, graph even.
Right.
Can you pinpoint anything on this particular drawing?
No.
All right, but what you're representing, though, is at the bottom of the drawing we have where the bottom, basically, of the U.
That's right.
Is that representing where there's memory loss?
Where new memories are not being formed.
Oh, that's what I mean. I'm sorry. Okay. So where new memories are not being formed, is that what you said?
Yes.
Okay. So when new memories are not being formed, are we talking about what kind of memories, long-term or short-term?
Well, eventually long-term memories are not being formed.
Okay. So when we look at this graph or chart or whatever we want to call it, and we're talking a week or 2 weeks down the road, if new memories are not being formed in this bottom of this U, 2 weeks down the road, what does that mean with regard to the person's memory?
The person may not remember what went on during that period of acute stress.
Okay. And was that considered long-term memory 2 weeks later?
No, this was sort of intermediate memory.
Okay.
It's, again, everything is hazy, but long-term memory usually refers to memories that, several weeks out.
Okay. All right. And short-term memory refers to what?
Short-term memory refers to something like remembering a phone number and then forgetting it a few minutes after you've dialed.
Okay.
That's short-term memory.
Short-term memory. All right. And so when somebody is in this U type thing, which would be when they're undergoing acute stress, is that right?
That's right.
So when a person is undergoing acute stress, do they have their short-term memory?
Oh, well, they can still function within that time frame, that's right, because they may remember something that happened a few seconds earlier, or even 30 seconds earlier. That experience, though, is not being translated into long-term memory.
Okay.
But the short-term memory likely remains.
All right. So I understand this. When we are in acute stress, if somebody is in acute stress mode, let's say for a couple of minutes, for example, is that person able to recall within those couple of minutes, just those couple of minutes while they are in those couple of minutes?
Very possibly.
Did that make sense?
Yes, it does.
Okay. Then when we talk about those couple of minutes, recalling that weeks later, is that what we are more talking about long-term memory?
That's correct.
Okay. And those couple of minutes of acute stress trying to recall weeks later, is that the portion that is going to be lost?
Yes.
So, all right, thank you. I want to talk to you a little bit about the MCMI, okay?
Sure.
You remember the question when the prosecutor was standing, reading to you from what appeared to be an article,
Yes.
or quoting actually.
Yes.
And did you ask the prosecutor for a copy of that?
I did.
Did you ever get one?
No.
And because you didn't get one, do you have any idea what that article was?
No.
Did you have any ability to look at the entire article?
No.
Did you have any ability to understand what those pieces, those quotes within that article, how they related to the entire context?
No.
Are you aware of other articles that discuss the use of MCMI and MMPIs?
Yes.
And in your experience, how many MCMI tests have you done?
Thousands.
Thousands?
Probably close to, because I used to use it routinely for therapy patients too. So several thousand probably, 2,000 maybe.
Okay. Is there an article called In Forensic Evaluation, a Survey of Psychologists?
Yes.
And in that article, is it what it says, a survey of psychologists?
Precisely that.
Okay. And is in the survey of psychologists, what are they, about the MCMI, what's the survey about?
The survey is asking what percentage of time are MMPIs and MCMIs used in forensic evaluation?
Okay, and forensic evaluations mean used for court?
For court purposes, yes.
Okay. And do you remember in that article what the percentages of the psychologists who were surveyed, what the percentages of how many times they used the MCMI versus the MMPI?
I do. 55% of psychologists queried indicate that they use the MCMI in forensic cases on average over 118 times per year, and that was a survey of several hundred psychologists. And the average length of time they've been using those tests was 18.5 years.
So are you telling me that over half of the psychologists that were surveyed used the MCMI?
In forensic matters, yes.
Okay. So do you have any problems or issues using an MCMI test?
Not if you use it correctly.
And did you use it correctly?
Absolutely.
With Ms. Arias?
Yes.
The psychologists, was there an average, and I might have missed this, was there an average age of experience or years of experience of those psychologists?
I think it was 18.75 years of experience on the average for the over 117 psychologists queried.
Okay, so these psychologists who know to use the MCMI 55% of the time for forensic work, had an average of 18 and a half years of experience?
Yes,
Much more than 3 years.
yes.
All right, so let's talk a little bit more about the MCMI. You were shown some, looks like some numbers. Exhibit number 541.
Yes.
This is the first page I'm showing you is the profile, is
Yes.
that right? All right, and you talk, let's see, and then the second page, there's base rate scores.
Yes.
All right, let's talk about the base rate first. In a second. Oh, there we go. All right, so you see the numbers at the top, 60, 75, 85.
Yes.
Now, you were continually asked about the number 75 and its special importance.
That's right.
In the MCMI, is there a special importance to 75 such that if you don't get it, you can't use it?
Basically, what it says is that if you reach a level of 75, that's strong evidence that the variable that exceeds 75 is a real, true, significant factor. However, it also is stated for any of these tests that they should not be used individually and alone without comparing it and combining it with other evaluative techniques, including an extensive interview of the client.
Okay.
So I was not using it specifically to give me a diagnosis, but rather to confirm a hypothesis that I had created previously.
Your hypothesis that she suffered from PTSD?
Yes.
Okay. So let me make this clear, I think. Let's say you ignored the rules with regard to MCMI and conducted just the MCMI test.
Yes.
Okay? So you didn't interview anybody, you didn't look at anything else, you just conducted this test.
Yes.
First of all, would that be a problem with the way the MCMI is supposed to be used?
That's correct, yes.
Okay. But second of all, in that situation, is that where the number 75 can be important?
Yes.
Because why?
Well, because when you have a value that exceeds the number 75, that's suggestive of a very strong trait. And that trait, and there's a cutoff point of 75, it's considered that the trait is strong enough to be able to use it in the formulation of a diagnosis without other information, mind you.
Okay. And that's not how you did your evaluation, is
No.
that right?
No.
Did you look at many other things besides just conducting this MCMI?
Yes.
And when you do that, then how do you look at these scores when you're not using the MCMI alone?
You look for relative strengths. You look for the absolute score plus the relative strengths. And then you determine if those relative strengths are high enough to confirm your hypothesis.
Okay. All right, and so what we see is that we see the PTSD has 69.
Well, you're
Oh,
not
sorry,
quite,
sorry.
it is, yeah, a little higher.
All right, so we're looking at PTSD, we see a score of 69.
Right,
And we see anxiety, a score of 75.
correct.
And are those the two highest scores?
Yes.
Do you remember that, or do you need to look at it?
No, I remember that.
Okay. And given that those are the two highest scores, what does that mean to you?
That means to me that, well, certainly anxiety is a major feature of PTSD. And the PTSD score was 69, a relatively high score, and the second highest score on that series of variables. And so that, coupled with the high anxiety score, allows me to state that there's a confirmation of my initial hypothesis of the diagnosis of post-traumatic stress disorder.
Okay. And when you say confirmation, what is it that you were also using besides the MCMI?
Well, certainly the trauma itself, the interviews with the client, the review of all of the additional material that I reviewed, and also the fact that the PDS test revealed or suggested the presence of PTSD.
Okay. Would you consider it a complete mischaracterization for someone to say that not having 75 means it doesn't exist?
No.
Is that a mischaracterization?
I believe it is.
Would that be irresponsible if somebody were to testify to that? A doctor were to testify to that?
Objection, Bouchy. Lack of foundation.
Would it be irresponsible if a doctor were to come in and say, having something not reaching the number 75 means it doesn't exist?
I would say so.
All right, you were also talked to about about the MCMI and how it's the way it was created and it was normed.
Yes.
What does normed mean?
Well, when you do a test like this, you basically give the sample questions. Actually, you give more than just the 175 that were chosen, as test construction can be a rather lengthy and difficult process. But you take a pool of questions and you administer them to people that have previously been diagnosed according to the DSM manual. And you look to see which of the diagnoses are associated with a group of particular responses. Now, in order to get this from the items, very complex mathematical calculations are conducted, they multivariate analysis and so on, which is beyond me at this point. But at any rate, they finally select a pool of the items that most well correlate with particular diagnostic categories. That creates the test. Then those tests are scored. The various comparisons between different types of questions are made through this algorithm, and they do a comparison to people that have been previously diagnosed with these particular disorders. And then it basically says this individual's pattern approaches a similarity with people who have already been diagnosed with this disorder.
Do you have any idea how long it takes to create a test like this?
Oh,
And
it can
to make
take
it valid?
a decade or more, and it's an ongoing process because the validation groups keep changing as society changes.
Okay.
So this is an ongoing process.
All right. So in other words, the MCMI was not created last year.
No.
Is it something that you said is continually being validated?
Yes.
So let me get this straight then. You're talking about a population of people, let's say, who've already been diagnosed with PTSD,
Yes.
for example.
Well, right, and other conditions as well.
And other conditions. I just want to narrow it down
Sure,
to make it easier.
sure.
So, for example, you're talking about a population of people who've been diagnosed with PTSD, and then do those people take this test?
They can, yes, that's right, they do.
Okay. I'm talking about the creation
Yeah,
of test.
right,
Okay.
the validation study.
Yes.
Yes.
And so those people then would take this test and their test would be scored.
Correct.
And when their tests are scored, what you're telling us is it's a big mathematical calculation.
Right.
Okay. And once those are scored, that gives you what people with PTSD typically present with.
That's correct.
Okay. And is that what then tells you what you would expect to see with somebody who now you don't know if they have PTSD or not for sure? Does that then tell you what you need to compare it with?
Yes.
At the time that this test is given to Ms. Arias, did you already have a hypothesis about PTSD?
I did.
What was your hypothesis?
That she was suffering from a form of PTSD.
Okay. And so because you had this belief already, and that's based on what at that time?
It was based upon things that were said in the interview. Even though there were certain things that changed later, there was still enough evidence to suggest to me that she suffered from PTSD. And I wasn't really 100% sure where it came from at that time. But she was referring to the incident at Mr. Alexander's. That could be one area. It could have been related to her childhood. It wasn't clear to me. It became clearer later after she began explaining the alternative story as to what happened.
Okay.
But I had formulated my diagnosis earlier.
Okay. And so when you think you have a diagnosis, would you want to use a test that is normed to people that have psychological issues already?
Yes.
Such as the MCMI?
Yes.
Why is that?
Well, it's basically looking for confirmation of a diagnostic category that you're already considering. And this test is geared to the DSM.
What does that mean when you say geared to the DSM?
In other words, the diagnostic categories that they're using here have been derived from the DSM. So if this test says there's a high anxiety score, we could turn to the DSM and see what their definition is of anxiety and be fairly certain that what's being measured in this test is similar, or it's not never identical, but similar to what is being identified in the DSM as an anxiety disorder. That's an oversimplification, but that's pretty much it.
But that makes it easier to understand
Yeah,
for
it
us. So in other words, so we see on this, we see this, the score on here with anxiety, and with the MCMI, because it's, what was the word you used with regard to the DSM?
Well, it correlates with, or it's based upon, or
Okay.
it overlaps with.
All right, so we see this anxiety score.
Yes.
And we see that it's 75. So if we want to take it and then compare it to what anxiety means in the DSM, the way that the MCMI defines anxiety, is that going to be very similar to the way that anxiety is defined in the DSM?
That's correct.
Okay, and is that why the MCMI then, does that make the MCMI a better tool for you to use in this situation?
In this particular situation, it was precisely what I was looking for.
Okay. And you were asked the question, would it be more valid to test, to give Ms. Arias a test with regard to the general, that's normed to the general population?
No, in this particular case, it's better to give her a test that's normed to the diagnostic criteria that I'm hypothesizing about, because I wanted to confirm it.
Okay. All right, you were asked the question about you were asked the question about whether or not Ms. Arias felt uncomfortable when Mr. Alexander had oral sex with her the first time.
Yes.
Do you remember that?
Yes.
Okay, and she had told you that she was uncomfortable, right?
Yes.
So, being that this was the first time that they had, that Ms. Arias and Mr. Alexander had experienced oral sex together,
Yes.
did she explain to you why she was uncomfortable?
Well, it was the circumstances that made her feel uncomfortable.
Meaning what?
Well, in other words, now I don't recall if it was the time that she was given the Book of Mormon, and shortly thereafter oral sex was performed.
This would have been the time that she was at...
Objection, we, NACA Foundation.
Approach, please.
You may continue.
Dr. Samuels, do you remember Ms. Arias talking to you about when she was at a friend of Travis's home?
Yes, I do.
And it was just shortly after she met Mr. Alexander?
Yes, I recall that.
All right. And did she spend the night?
She did. They had separate bedrooms. She spent the night.
Okay. And did Mr. Alexander come into her bedroom?
Yes, he did.
And is that the time when he took off her clothes?
Yes.
And then he performed oral sex on her?
That's what was told to me, yes.
Sustained.
Did he perform oral sex on her?
Yes, that's what was reported to me.
All right. And did she tell you she was uncomfortable?
Yes.
Why was she uncomfortable?
Well, she was in a friend of theirs' home. She was under the impression that premarital sex was not permitted, and there was no preparation for her. He just popped up in her room and then performed the oral sex, removed the clothing and performed oral sex.
And did this appear to be too soon for her?
Yes, she claimed that it was too soon because normally in a relationship, there's a period of time that would transpire before she would be involved sexually with the person.
Okay, so regardless of whether or not Ms. Arias had any prior sexual experiences, did she feel uncomfortable with Mr. Alexander because it was too soon?
Yes, that's what she reported.
And after that night, did Mr. Alexander take her to church?
Yes.
You were also asked questions about Miss Arias reporting to you that she had regular anal sex with Mr. Alexander.
Yes.
Or I should say, I guess, anal sex on a regular basis.
Yes.
Objection mistakes the question. Never asked about regular. Assumes fact's not in evidence. He was not asked whether it was regular.
Sustained.
Were you asked about whether or not they had anal sex?
Yes.
Okay. And did Miss Arias talk to you about that?
Yes, she did.
And at some point later, did she tell you that she did have anal sex or tried anal sex with another boyfriend?
Yes, she did.
Now, is that something that is important to your ultimate diagnosis of PTSD?
No, because if she was complaining that the physical trauma of having the anal intercourse was harmful to her, then it might have had an impact on my diagnosis. But it turned out not to be that, I mean, it was not comfortable for her, I recall, but nonetheless, it was not traumatic. And so whether she had had it before with others is not really that significant for my part of the evaluation, for my involvement in the diagnosis. It's not that critical.
All right, and so you were talked to, do you remember being asked about you doing an addendum to your report?
Yes.
And that you did not put this information about her trying anal intercourse prior to Travis a couple of times?
That's right.
Is that something that you needed to put in your addendum?
No.
Is it something that changed anything with regard to your diagnosis
No.
or what you felt about acute stress or PTSD?
Not at all.
Do you remember being asked the question about whether or not Ms. Arias talked to you about pictures of breasts on Mr. Alexander's computer?
Yes, I remember that was mentioned.
All right. Do you have any memory of how many computers Mr. Alexander had?
No, I do not.
Do you even know that?
No, I don't.
Did Ms. Arias ever talk to you about how many computers he had?
No.
And did you guys ever talk about a timeline of when she was talking about these pictures that she saw?
No.
So, and do you know the timeline of when Miss Arias knew Mr. Alexander? That she met him in 2006?
Yes, well, I have a timeline, not specific as a timeline, but through my notes, I have various dates. I could create a timeline if necessary.
Okay, well, my question is, though, is that when she was talking to you about these pictures on his computer, was there ever a specific time that she saw them in 2006 versus 2008?
No.
And was there ever a specific discussion as to which computer she might have seen them on?
No.
Objection assumes there were two computers. We know there was only one computer.
Judge, that's,
Overruled.
your answer was no?
No, my answer was no.
All right. I want to talk to you about a couple of issues that came up yesterday, okay?
Yes.
I think it was yesterday. All right, you were asked questions about giving or sending a book to Jodi in jail, is that right?
Yes.
And how do you do that? How do you send a book to a person who's in jail?
Well, I obtained her jail address, and I went online, and I ordered the book from Amazon, and it was delivered to her directly through the mail.
Okay, so you don't deliver it personally then?
No.
And how much was it?
It's about $9. It was a paperback book.
And in the timeline of when you met Miss Arias, beginning to end, do you remember when this book went in approximately?
I have it in my notes from the first day I visited her.
Okay. And what was the name of the book?
Your Erroneous Zones by Dr. Wayne Dyer, which turns out has been in consistent printing.
Beyond the scope of the question.
Sustained.
It turns out what?
That it's been consistently printed since 1978 in different versions, and it's a extremely well-known and useful self-help book.
Okay. And a self-help book for what?
For building self-esteem.
for building self-esteem. So does it have anything to do with depression?
No.
Okay. And have you had a chance to review the psychological guidelines, ethical guidelines you have?
Yes.
And is there anything, ethically speaking, that prohibits you as an evaluator from sending a self-help book to a client?
No.
Do you remember specifically what the guidelines say?
Well, they say that obviously one should not be a therapist and an evaluator at the same time. But in the course of doing your evaluation, there's a certain degree of leeway that can be taken to ensure the success of the evaluation.
And by sending Miss Arias a book about self-esteem, how does that ensure the success of an evaluation?
I listened to her story, and it was apparent to me that she had very low self-esteem from the first visit. Being a compassionate person and in a healthcare capacity, I know that many of my patients over the years have benefited from recommending this book to them, as have friends and relatives, and my kids, and my aunt and uncle. So I thought perhaps she would benefit from that. Because her self-esteem was so low, she was very inhibited and insecure about sharing the details of her experiences. And I thought that by reading this book, if she decided to read it, it might help her open her up a little bit and make her more confident revealing the information about what had happened.
And ultimately, did she reveal additional information to you?
She did.
Now, when you give her, or when you send this book to her, is that any form of therapy to you?
Not at all.
If you had a patient come into your office when you're doing therapy sessions with them, would you ever just hand them a book and say, I'll see you next week?
No, of course not.
Because is that therapy?
No.
And in other situations, when you have done other evaluations, have you ever sent a book such as this to any other clients?
Yes, I have.
So is sending a book to Miss Arias, is that in any way unusual for you?
Not for me, no.
Are you aware of other psychologists in your field of expertise who have done similar things?
As caring professionals, we have a tendency sometimes to do that.
Okay. Now, and by sending her a book about self-esteem, does that in any way, there was some implication that maybe perhaps you liked her more than a patient, a client-doctor type relationship?
I do that. I've done it not with every client that I've seen, but only those that I feel might benefit from this particular book. And believe me, there are a lot of people that I've sent it to that I almost don't like or didn't like, but I try to like everybody. It makes my evaluation easier to do.
Okay. So regardless of whether you like them or not, is that material to you?
It's not material to the way I feel about a person. It's just that I felt that they could benefit from it, so I recommended the book by sending it.
Okay. And with regard to the book, when you sent the book to her, did you give her any directions? Read this, we'll discuss it next week.
Not at all. I said, read this book, I think it may help you.
All right, and if she didn't read it, were you going to do anything about it?
No.
Do you remember being asked a question about tape recording your interviews with clients and patients?
Yes.
And do you ever tape record?
No, I would only in cases where it was required for one reason or another, but no, typically I do not.
Okay. And why is it that you don't tape record?
The presence of a recording apparatus frequently inhibits what people will tell you. I knew specifically in this case that the material that we were talking about would be very sensitive to her. And so, typical to many other cases, for example, if I was working with someone who committed a crime, they might be reluctant to reveal something that could conceivably be called by the prosecution, and they, in a sense, would be testifying against themselves. So to avoid that type of problem, since I don't have to do it, I rarely do it, and I find that people are more likely, and by the way, that has been shown by scientific study, people are much more likely to reveal to an interviewer if they're not being recorded.
And so if you're not recording it, audio recording it, then does that mean that you have to write everything down that she says?
Yes.
And when you write things down that what Jodi is telling you, are you ever sharing your notes with her?
No, in fact, all of my interviews with Miss Arias were conducted behind a barrier and a heavy screen between us. So it would have been impossible for her to see what I was writing.
Okay.
And by the way, we are trained that if we are taking notes, not to allow the client to see what you're writing, because they may take that as if that's something you want them to you want to hear, and they may start altering what they're telling you. So we take precautions to block what it is that we're writing.
Okay. And so as you're writing things down, you're not then double checking with her, did I get this correct?
No, I try not to.
Okay. And when she's in the middle of a story or in the middle of a situation that she's telling you, is it practice of yours to interrupt her to say, wait, I didn't get that?
No, I try not to. I try to write down as much as I can while there is a free flow of communication. And sometimes the topic may change and the thought that I had before suddenly gets obliterated by the new topic. And so there may be some gaps in what I'm writing. But what I will try to do at a later time is to repeat the interview and try to elicit the material that was missing. And usually with a few passes, you can fill in the bulk of the material. The problem is this is not searchable like it might be on a computer, and therefore sometimes you have to go back and forth between your paperwork. I know that's old-fashioned, but that's what I do.
Have you been doing that for 30 years?
35 years.
35,
Yeah.
sorry. And why don't you interrupt somebody when they're in the middle of something to
Well,
correct them or clarify?
Yeah, well, because you want to get out the flow of information. That's the most important thing. If you interrupt someone, you're interrupting their chain of thought. They may have lost, like I may lose something if the topic gets changed. You don't want to interrupt when someone is sharing information for you. It's more like a free flow of information that way. You'll eventually get to it. If you plan to go back a few times, you'll eventually get to that information.
Okay. And in your practice, if you interrupt somebody while they're talking, does it disturb their train of thought?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Is it a way then to get their train of thought then maybe onto something different, if it happens?
If it happens, that could very likely happen. It often does.
And when you're listening as a doctor, that's not necessarily something you want to do, right?
No, you don't want to interrupt the train of thought,
No.
especially when you're gathering information, and especially in the early stages of the interview, when you're learning about the person. Because what they tell you, the order in which they tell you, the way they use certain language, these are all clues as to the individual's personality. So it's imperative that you listen carefully to what they're saying, how they're saying it, the tone of their voice. You don't want to interrupt them when they're doing that.
Well, that brings up a good question. So when you talk about everything you know being contained in your notes, everything with regard to your interviews with Ms. Arias, it's not just what we see written down in your notes, is that right?
That's correct.
Okay, so other than what we see written down, what else are you doing? And as you're writing things down and listening to her, what else are you looking for?
You're remembering and integrating one session over another session, over another session. And then when you evaluate police reports or you see interviews with the family, you remember what was told to you and you begin to integrate that process. And one of the miracles of the brain is that we have that capacity to do that.
Okay, and when you say integrating things, so you were asked about having your notes that you reviewed.
Yes.
And in preparation for your report, did you review your notes?
I reviewed the notes.
And what else did you review?
I reviewed police reports. I reviewed interviews with family and friends, people that knew her.
Let me stop you there, actually. So did you do any actual interviews of these families and friends?
No.
Is that something normal that you would be expected to do?
Sometimes it can be done, but if you have other people going out getting that information, usually that's enough.
Okay.
There are times when I've called family members on specific aspects of the case, but I didn't feel the need to in this case.
All right. So you reviewed their other people's interviews, you
Yes.
said? And what else? I'm sorry, I interrupted you.
Okay, photographs, police descriptions, various interviews. I reviewed Ms. Arias's voluminous diary, emails, text messages, and whatever else was given to me by the state and by you folks.
Okay. And you mentioned text messages and emails. Just give me a second. Okay, so we were talking a little bit ago, and I apologize for having to go back, but about the aggressive, or not aggressive, assertiveness of Miss Arias,
Yes.
or lack thereof.
Yes,
All right. In reviewing text messages, did you review text messages between Miss Arias and Mr. Alexander?
I did.
And in reviewing those text messages, did you see any common thread of assertiveness from Miss Arias?
No,
Did you see the opposite?
I did.
Did you see Miss Arias, in those text messages, did you see arguments that were contained in the text message?
I did.
And did Miss Arias typically back down from arguments?
Typically, she did.
And did she talk to you about ever having anger towards Mr. Alexander?
She was very mild in her expressions of anger, if it was ever expressed. Most of the time, she wrote adoring notes about him. I would say, and I didn't do a survey here, but just by looking, 95% of what was written about him was positive and effusive.
Okay. All right. Do you remember being asked about questions about the rope and tying hands and ankles?
Yes.
And do you remember being asked questions about whether there was photos taken while Mr. Alexander was on top of, or while Miss Arias was on top of Mr. Alexander?
I did remember that, yes.
You remember those questions? Okay. And you remember the questions about, specifically about whether, well, the state played a clip for you. Do you remember hearing yourself part of the interview?
Yes.
Okay, let me grab that. All right, and the clip that the state was playing for you was talking about whether or not she was stuck in the closet and when the gun was fired. Or, I'm
Yes.
sorry, not when the gun was fired, but grabbing at a sweater.
Grabbing the gun,
Okay. And you looked through your notes, haven't you?
yes.
And is there anything in your notes with regard to a sweater?
Yes.
Is there?
No, not to a sweater, no, I thought you meant to the gun incident, the
Okay.
closet. But no,
And-
nothing specific to a sweater.
All right. And did she talk to you several times about what happened when she grabbed the gun and ran out of the closet?
Yes,
And during those times, that was the times that you were taking notes.
yes,
And when she talked to you about that, what the clip that we heard was an interview between you and Mr. Martinez, is that right?
yes.
And during that interview, he was asking you questions about what you remembered Miss Arias saying.
Yes.
Okay. All right, besides talking about the rope and the videos and the going into the closet, she talked to you about the whole scenario, right?
Yes.
Okay. Did she talk to you about that his violence began in 2008?
Objection to the other photo.
Approach, please.
All right, Dr. Samuels, do you remember her telling, Ms. Arias telling you that according what she considered violence really got worse in 2008?
Yes.
And with regard to the gun, do you remember her telling you,
Objection E.
Overruled.
do you remember her telling you that she thought that if she had the gun, it would stop him?
Yes.
Objection, lack of foundation, which time?
Sustained.
Well, there was only one time she had a gun. Are we
Which time
talking?
during the interview, lack of foundation.
Okay, so the first time that she talks to you about what actually happened, let's see, the first time that she actually talks to you about what actually happened was when? Do you remember?
I think it was sometime in April
Of what year?
of 2010.
Would that be April 11th?
Yeah, I believe. Let me look. Yes, April 11th.
All right. And on April, and honestly, I'm not sure if this is the first time she talked to you or not, but I know on April 11th, she's, in your notes on April 11th of 2010, is she talking to you about what happened with regard to June 4th of 2008?
Yeah, she's talking about what happened on the actual day of the incident.
Okay.
She's also looking at some other notes. We could also have those marked.
Sustained.
Actually, Judge, I have,
Well,
I have clean, oh, those are marked?
These are marked, Your Honor. I was just looking through my notes. Oh,
You need to tell us the exhibit number you're referring to.
okay, well, I was actually looking at exhibits 543, 537, and 542 because what you're looking for may be on here.
Okay.
They're out of context, so I have to review them.
Okay. Are the notes marked for April 11th of 2010?
No,
Okay. Do you want to pull those?
sure.
All right. Exhibit 548 is the April note.
April 11th.
On the second page there, does she talk to you about the gun?
Objection, improper refreshing of recollection. He doesn't say he doesn't remember. So he's basically going to read his notes, improper impeachment.
Sustained.
Do you remember what you specifically wrote in your notes? Could you tell us verbatim?
Not from memory.
It's relevant as to what he wrote. The relevant inquiry is whether or not he remembers what she said.
Just, can we not have speaking objections? May we approach? All right, Dr. Samuels, on April 11th of 2010, do you remember that, did you interview Ms. Arias that day?
Yes, I did.
All right, and on that particular day, let's not refer to your notes yet. On that particular day, do you remember specifically if she talked to you about the gun?
Yes.
And do you remember if she talked to you about what happened in the closet and the bathroom?
Yes, she was fleeing his approach. She ran into the closet. Remembered there was a gun on a shelf. Pointed it towards him, and I recall her telling me rather, and I wrote that she was hoping that the sight of the gun would hold him at bay.
Okay, was she hoping to create distance?
She was, in fact, said that she was trying to create distance between herself and Mr. Alexander.
Okay, and specifically, do you recall what she said with regard to being in the closet or running out of the closet when the gun goes off?
I think she was out of the closet at that point.
Do you need to refer to your notes at all?
I would like to, if I can.
Absolutely. Tell me when you're finished.
Yes.
And which exhibit are you referring to?
Beg your pardon?
Which exhibit are you referring to?
I am referring to Exhibit 548.
Okay.
Second page, towards the middle of the page.
Okay.
And it said he was...
It's okay, you don't have to read it.
Okay.
So just if you want to refresh your recollection.
No, I remembered. Okay.
Okay.
She ran into the closet and was running through the closet, and that's when the gun was held up.
Okay. And did you have a note in there about her, did she run out the opposite door?
She ran out the opposite door. It was apparently an adjoining closet.
Adjoining to the bathroom?
Adjoining, I think it was between the bathroom and the hallway or the bedroom, I'm not sure.
Okay. Did she tell you, and you can refer to your notes if you need to, did she tell you about running out of the closet door?
She did say that.
And after she runs out of the closet door, did she talk about holding the gun up?
Yes.
And if she runs out of the closet door, where would she have been?
She would have... I'm not...
Beyond the scope of his understanding, lack of foundation as to this question.
Approach.
Did she tell you that she ran into the bathroom?
Yes, she did.
Okay. And so when I'm asking you the question of if she ran out the door, the closet door, where did she run into? Did she ever tell you where she ran into?
She ran into the bathroom.
Okay. And when she runs into the bathroom, did she talk to you about pulling the trigger?
Yes.
And did she talk to you about the gun going off?
Yes.
Did she say what happened after the gun went off?
He let out a scream. She didn't notice blood, but he kept coming towards her.
Okay. Did they fall on the ground?
They fell on the ground.
And in your, okay. When they fell on the ground, did she talk to you, did she describe to you what happens on the ground?
Yes, they wrestled, and she finally was able to get up and flee.
Well, did she tell you that he pulled at her shirt?
Yes, he did pull at her clothing.
All right. On April 21st, did she talk to you again about what happened?
Yes, she did.
And is this something that you're doing on purpose? Are you asking her what happened?
I'm asking her a second time, and there was maybe even a third time, what happened. And that way, there's an attempt to, through successive approximations, get a better understanding of what actually happened. When people tell stories, they frequently will tell different parts of the story, not because of the fact that they're lying necessarily, but because of the moment that they're revealing it, they only remember that. And what we find is that if someone has a pre-made story, has made up a story, usually that story is very consistent time after time after time. But here, each story was a little different, and I was able to synthesize what I thought was the most likely occurrence. Not accurate 100%, but reasonable.
Okay, so what you were saying is with made-up stories, do you hear, when you hear made-up stories from people, do you hear the same verbiage over and over?
Almost, yes, you do.
And do you hear the way things happened exactly the same every time?
If not exactly, very close to the same. Sometimes the same words are used.
Okay. And when somebody's recalling something that actually happened, are there sometimes small details or details that are left out one time but then told another time?
Yes.
Does that mean that it didn't happen necessarily?
No. It means that something like what was told, the average of all of those times, likely happened. That's what it means.
All right. And is that what you find in your practice in speaking with thousands of people over your years of practice?
Yes.
All right. So on April 21st, did you meet with her again?
Yes.
And during the time that you met with her, at some point, did you talk to her again about what happened on June 4th?
Yes.
All right. And if you need to refer to your notes, let us know.
I would just like to have them available. That was April 21st.
April 21st.
I have that. Okay. If I need it, I'll refer to it.
And what exhibit number is it?
That's exhibit number 537.
530. Okay. All right. All right. Did she tell you specifically whether or not she was in the closet when the gun goes off?
I have to look at my notes.
Please do. Judge, may I direct him to the page to make it quicker? Okay, 1,
Yes.
2, 3, 4, 5. Fifth page.
Yeah. Yes. Well, she doesn't talk specifically about the closet.
Okay. Well, does she talk about running into the closet?
Yes, she talks about running into the closet.
And does she talk about creating a distance?
Yes, she was trying, again, she repeated that she was trying to create a distance.
And does she tell you that she goes for the gun?
Yes.
Sustained.
And after she talks about, does she talk about the gun?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
Does she talk about getting the gun?
Yes.
Okay. And after she talks about getting the gun, does she say where she goes?
She ran out into the hallway.
Into the hallway or into the bathroom?
Hold on, let me see. I just want to be sure.
This is before the gun goes off.
Oh, okay.
And I was on page 5.
Okay. Well, what I'm looking at, perhaps I'm not looking at the right place. It says she rolled over.
Agreed. He says it does not
sorry.
refresh his recollection. It's just
Sustained.
subjection.
Okay.
She runs down the hallway.
Oh, no, don't answer. Hold on.
Okay, sorry.
Okay.
Well, may we let the answer stand?
No. Judge, if you approach.
Or yes, you may approach. You may continue.
All right. Doctor, I'm going to ask you to look at a specific page
Okay.
from April 21st. And I just want to compare, because I know these pages are not numbered.
Right.
I'm looking at the 5th page, under the first line that's drawn across, is there a line at the top?
Yes.
After the first paragraph?
Yes.
Okay. And can you read through that paragraph for us?
The very top one or the bottom, the one below the line?
Well, can you read through the rest of that page to refresh?
Sure. She runs out.
No, not out loud.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay.
So this way, so that when I ask you questions about
Sure.
what happened.
Process, he knows.
Overruled. And then let us know when you've finished reviewing it.
Okay.
All right. Is there a reference in, do you remember, after reviewing your report, do you remember better what she told you?
Well, I do remember that she ran into the closet,
Okay,
and then she said she eventually ran out of the closet.
okay. And were you trying to describe where the closet was located?
Yes.
And how did you do that?
Well, she described it to me.
Okay.
Because she had told me once before about the closet, so I combined that with what I had learned previously.
Okay. And that it was adjoining to the bathroom?
Yes.
All right. What did she say about shooting Mr. Alexander?
Well, she said the gun went off. It wasn't her intent.
Okay. What was her intent?
To keep distance between him and her.
Did she talk about her feelings? How she felt at the time?
She was terrified. She was frightened.
And did she talk about what happened as the gun goes off? What was Mr. Alexander doing as the gun goes off?
Well, I'm not sure now if it's exactly this, but I know he...
Well, that's okay. If you need to refresh your recollection, you can look at your report again.
Oh, okay.
Right where, the same page.
Same page, okay.
And then tell me when you're finished reviewing it.
Okay.
Okay. So did she talk to you about what Mr. Alexander was doing when the gun was going off?
He was lunging towards her.
Okay. And did she talk about after he falls on top of her, what he did?
Objections, leading. Overall.
Yes, she did.
And what is he doing then?
Well, he was on top of her, and she knew enough to indicate that he was a wrestler, and she realized and recollected at that particular moment that that was a very disadvantageous position for her, so she tried to get away and ultimately was able to get up.
And after she gets up, does she say where she runs?
Well, I would see the hallway, but I know that, yeah, I see the hallway in this particular article.
Hold on. What is the objection?
The objection is that he's not being allowed to finish the question, the answer. In other words, he says he sees hallway. Lack of foundation, where's he see it?
I didn't interrupt him.
With your
Okay.
response.
I recall that she was saying that she was running down the hallway.
Okay. And after that, does she talk to you about whether she has any strong memories after that?
No, she does not have strong memories after that.
Okay. All right. Did she talk to you again on June 9th of 2010?
Well, I have notes from June 9th, but I don't think they're exhibit B.
Oh,
Should I pull them out of here?
go ahead and pull them out.
Okay, let's see.
All right. so on June 9th of 2010, do you remember that you spoke to Ms. Arias again about what happened on June 4th of 2008?
Yes, it was a rather lengthy session.
Okay. And did you speak to her about grabbing the gun? Do you remember that?
Yes.
And do you remember if she talks to you about running out a door?
Yes, she did.
And did she talk about running out of the closet door?
Yes, she did.
Did she talk to you again about whether or not she planned to shoot?
Objection of previous ruling.
Please.
You may proceed.
So, doctor, did she talk to you about whether or not she planned to shoot?
She did.
And did she plan to shoot?
No, she did not plan to shoot.
I would like for him to tell the story leading.
Sustained.
Do you want me to lead him? Would that be easier?
You may continue.
Specifically, Dr. Samuels, what she said with regard to the gun.
Well, I remember that gun was being discussed several times, and I'm not sure that it's specific to these particular notes.
Okay.
But I remember.
Well, I'm talking specific to this particular meeting.
I'd have to refresh my memory.
Then let's do that.
Okay.
May I help him with the page? Yes. Thank you. Hold on. 1, 2. On the 12th page. The third from the end.
Yes, I see.
And my question while you're reviewing that is, did she talk to you about her intentions with the gun? Okay, let me know when you finish.
At one point, she didn't show him that she had the gun. She didn't plan to shoot. It was said again. Somehow the gun went off. I don't remember if she said specifically that he screamed at that particular time, but that wasn't enough to stop him.
Okay, and specifically, did she talk to you about running out the door again?
She ran out the door.
And did she specifically tell you where she ran to in these notes? And if you need to refer to them.
She said, I have to review just to
Go
double
ahead.
check because I want to be sure. I don't want to make a mistake. She ran into the bathroom.
Okay. And after she ran into the bathroom, what did she tell you? Do you remember?
I'd have to review my note for
Go ahead.
to be specific about that. She turned around and pointed the gun at him, but he did not stop.
Okay. Did she talk to you about the gun itself, whether, with regard to whether it was loaded or not?
She was not sure whether it was loaded or not. Again, it seems as if her goal was to show the gun to get him to stop.
Okay. Is that based on all the things that she told you?
Yes. She indicated she had never fired a gun before.
Okay. And did she say what happens with the gun after she fires it?
It was dropped.
How was it dropped?
I,
Do you need to refer to your notes?
I'd like to refer to my notes, so I don't
Sure.
want to make any errors here. He hit her, and then she dropped the gun,
Okay,
and then it led to the struggle.
okay. Now, does it specifically say that there was a struggle? And go
No,
ahead.
not in this particular note, but they wrestled on the ground.
Okay. And do you recall whether or not how she was able to get away?
She managed to get up and started running down the hall.
All right. And with regard to this particular note, is this where, does she discuss him being a wrestler?
Yes.
Did she talk to you about some of the things that Travis said to her?
Well, yes, he was very angry. He called her names and threatened to kill her.
And do you remember the specific quote about his threat to kill her?
I'd like to be able to read that.
Sure.
Okay.
It's on the second to last page.
Yeah. He said, "I'm going to effing kill you, bitch."
Okay. And it's not effing, right? Did she use the F?
She used the real word.
Okay. Oh, Judge, this is probably a good time.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, tomorrow, you do not need to be here until 1 o'clock. 1 o'clock tomorrow. Please remember the admonition. You are excused. Have a nice evening.
Please stand for the jury.
Could you hand me all?
Okay, now, any chance I could take them home and copy them?
Counsel, please approach.